On Thursday, February 29th, 2024, with a land acknowledgement. We recognize that Kansas State University, as the first land-grant institution, stands on the ancestral lands of the Kaw people. Our state of Kansas is home to 4 federally recognized Native nations: the Iowa, Kickapoo, Prairie Band Potawatomi, and Sac and Fox. We must remember that the land serving as the foundation for this institution was and still is stolen land acquired by white settlers. We pledge our commitment to creating decolonized spaces at the university while advocating for the support and future success of Indigenous faculty, staff, and students at K-State. Speaker Pro Tem Kappelman will take it away with first roll call.
All right, good evening, everyone. Bellamy.
Here.
Biggs.
Here.
Broughton.
Here.
Bruckner.
Here.
Compton.
Here.
Cuesta.
Here.
Cup.
Here.
Dennis.
Here.
Fogel. Glasscock.
Here.
Griffith.
Here.
Haynes.
Here.
Heatherman.
Here.
Hesseltine.
Here.
Hoffmans. Hunley. Jacobson.
Here.
Here.
Kirchen.
Here.
Kidd.
Here.
Kermer.
Here.
Kenzie. Lee.
Here.
Lilly.
Here.
Long.
Here.
Lynn.
Here.
Mason.
Here.
Melcher. Moore. O'Malley.
Here.
Lowry.
Here.
Pelton.
Here.
Syatt Nick.
Here.
Shirky.
Here.
Streetman.
Here.
Strunk.
Here.
Sushanik. West.
Here.
Winger. Wolf.
Here.
And Zacko.
Here.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Brady. We'll now move on to our first open period. Up first, we have Camp War Eagle. Please make sure to close your laptops and give our guests your full attention.
Okay. Hi, all. My name's Hannah. I'm with Camp War Eagle. You might have seen us around on campus this week. We are a camp in Northwest Arkansas. We're a Christian nonprofit sports and adventure camp. I think what sets us apart from the many camps that recruit at K-State is that nonprofit piece. We're funded by the Walton family. They own Walmart. And because we're a nonprofit, we're able to bring about like 50% of our campers to camp on scholarship. And so some kids pay as little as $20 for a full week or 2 weeks of a premier camp experience. It's our heart and our goal to provide a place where kids can just be kids and have fun, no matter the socioeconomic background they come from. So this week we're here recruiting college students like you to come be counselors at our camp. I think camp is amazing because you grow in a lot of real life skills of communication and leadership and so much more that you might not get in internships where you're just making coffees and doing small admin things. And you get to have a ton of fun and get paid to do it. So if you're interested in any of this, come see us at our table in Bosco Plaza tomorrow, or look us up online at campwareeagle.org. We would love to connect with you and maybe sit down, do a 30-minute interview. It's really just a way to get your foot in the door and have a conversation with us and ask questions as we ask you questions and get to know you. So thanks so much for your time, and I hope you guys have a great meeting.
Next up for first open period, we have Marissa Lux.
Hi everyone, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. I heard it's going to be a longer night, so I'll make this quick. My name is Marissa Lux, and I work for Senator Jerry Moran, but I'm also a K-State grad and a current master's student. My government experience actually started here in Wildcat Chambers as a student senator my freshman year, and then I moved on to being the communications director, to the PR director, and then my senior year I was a campaign manager. So I love SGA. You guys are all special people, and just wanted to kind of talk about the opportunities you have to be an intern for Senator Moran in the state or in Washington, D.C. So I just have a short little presentation. I'm not going to show this video because I only have a few minutes, but if you're really interested, you can go on our website and watch it. So I'll talk a little bit about our state internship first. We have 6 different state offices, so depending on if you're staying here in the summer or if you want a semester internship, we have our Manhattan office here, right down the road. And then we also have our other offices, Hayes, Wichita, Pittsburgh, Olathe, and Garden City. So if your hometown's one of those places or you live close, you're welcome to intern at any of our offices. So the state internship, I did this my senior year, so I have experience both DC and the state side. And I loved the state internship because it was right in my community in the state. I could see the impacts that the work in DC and how it was impacting the state. So it's kind of hard to explain an internship with a senator because you're doing things different every single day, as you all know. Every day is a new day in the government, and so these are some of the main tasks. In the state, it's really about the constituent casework. So whether that's helping families get their passports because they're going on vacation, or getting family members of other people's families visas if they're in other countries and they're wanting to come to the United States, either on a tourist visa, a student visa. We are the entity that can bridge that between the State Department and constituents in Kansas. So a really cool opportunity. And then if you're in the state office, you get to attend different events and community outreach, which is one of my favorite parts. So you can attend ribbon cuttings. This one happened earlier this year in Manhattan. And then if you remember the community prayer event for President Lincoln at the very beginning of the year, that was actually the senator's idea. So you kind of get to do a lot of really impactful work here in the state as an intern. And then our Washington, D.C. office. So I know a few of you guys have interned in Washington, D.C., so I'm sure you can help answer questions. But an internship in Washington, D.C. is a really cool opportunity to just see how the federal government works right in front of you. You have basically full access to the United States Capitol, which is a pretty unique opportunity that not everyone gets to have. And so this was our last batch of interns. You might recognize a few. We normally always have a K-Stater, so that is good representation. You get to give Capitol tours, and then also something unique to our internship is if you're interested in a specific area, specific issue, and you want to learn more about that, then the senator welcomes you to sit in on meetings with him, with legislative staff members, to attend briefings, and just have different coffees with different staffers on the Hill to really get to know what you could do if you are interested in a job there, if you just want to learn more. And also living across the country on the East Coast is a really cool experience. So how to apply? It's a pretty straightforward application. It's all online. So we have an online questionnaire you can fill out, just 3 simple questions asking why you're interested. And then we ask for a resume, cover letter, transcript. It doesn't have to be an official transcript. Unofficial works too. And then just 2 letters of recommendation. And then I have some photos. Most of these photos are from our DC internship experience. So we normally try to take a few field trips with the whole office. So last summer we went to the DEA headquarters in DC, and we went to the Pentagon. And those are all things that members in our office or the senator gets to plan, so we can all go. We also have a softball league. If you're interested in playing or if you just like to watch. We did make it to playoffs this season. And then we just go to different events, receptions. So the bottom is Mike Pompeo, a reception that we went to as a whole staff, and the interns are always welcome to go anywhere with the staff. And then some more photos. It's just again, a cool opportunity to meet other students from other universities in Kansas and just experience what the Hill is like. So our summer applications are currently open, and you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So our summer applications are open. They're due March 17th, so right after spring break. You've got a lot of time to finish those. But we also have internships for the fall and spring semesters. So if you're interested in doing it part-time here in Manhattan or part-time in DC, those are also very flexible. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm here in the Manhattan office. I used to work in DC, but just recently moved back. So if you ever have questions about the federal government or an internship, I'm free to get coffee anytime.
Thanks, Marissa. Are there questions for our speaker? Okay, thank you.
Perfect. I left some brochures and my business card in the back if anybody wants those. Thank you.
Awesome. Is there anyone else for first open period? Seeing none, we will go into approval of the minutes. The minutes were distributed yesterday along with the agenda and legislation tracking information. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Senator Glasscock.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. The minutes will stand approved. Announcements. First, Senate Executive Committee applications are open. They will close March 29th, followed by interviews by your new speaker and pro tempore. And I attached the link there. 2, all University Homecoming Committee is now taking applications for new members. More information and application can be found at the link in the agenda. Just today, they extended the application deadline. So the application will actually close March 8th at 11:59. Any questions can be emailed to Comms Director Coy at rileyc@KSU. 3, proxies. If you're going to be absent from Student Senate, please fill out the link, even if you aren't sure if your absence will be excused. 4, if you'll be physically absent from Student Senate but would still like to attend via Zoom, please fill out the Student Senate Zoom request form. 5, if you want to give props to someone in Student Senate, fill out the Senate shoutout form, and Speaker Pro Tem Kappelman will read them at the end of our meeting. 6, SGA Member of the Week is Michael Jacobson. Michael went above and beyond in his role as Vice Chair this week, and we are incredibly grateful for his hard work and dedication. Thanks, Michael. Upcoming events calendar, and the quote of the week is, "Every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember, you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars to change the world." Harriet Tubman. Okay, next we will move into committee reports. Are there committee chairs that would like to give a report tonight? Chair Cuesta.
Okay, so I'm not going to be talking about the committee that you think I'm probably going to be talking about tonight. Instead, I'm talking about the Committee on Governing Docs Realignment. Tonight, you will see 3 pieces of legislation that came from that committee, 1 piece of legislation addressing each of the 3 governing docs as recommended by the committee over the course of the last semester or so. And so what I wanted to do is talk about kind of the process that the committee took when making these edits to the governing docs. And most of the edits are grammatical edits, adding Oxford commas and things like that. But beyond that, we kind of took 3 things into account. So the first is if there was a conflict with another governing doc. An example of this is that the Constitution still had the Vice President managing the SCTE and EOF committee. That's, of course, not a current practice, and so editing that kind of thing. The second is things that could be more clear, and so we changed language like the Vice President of Student Life to Deans of Students. It's the same person who holds the position, but the Vice President of Student Life is no longer a current title and is liable to change more commonly than Dean of Students is. And then the second is that, or the third, excuse me, is like text, once again, that does not align with current practices. And this can look like things like the Legislative Advocates Communications Director, which is not a position that we filled in recent years, so removing that, and also things in the Constitution like the housing policy and the enforcement of that going through the judicial branch. That is something that doesn't currently take place because housing dining has its own enforcement mechanism with people who provide their equivalent of sanctions. So if anybody has any questions on that, feel free to ask.
Attorney General Polson.
Point of order, that policy is used by the judicial branch, typically in administrative hearings, but that policy is indeed used by the judicial branch.
So one of the things that we looked at when changing the legislation is the role that our judicial branch has in enforcing housing policy, and that is not, to the committee's understanding, something that it does. Because if you look at Housing and Dining's website, it says that when it comes to penalties, they have hearing officers who enforce their offenses, and so we took that out because that's not something that we're currently doing.
Chief of Staff Brown.
Just a point of order also, I would say that the committee erred in their view of that because what they might not realize is while there are sanction officers, any student has the right to ask and request for a panel of students through the judicial branch to review their student conduct. Something that I run into as an RA. So, just
Sure, but that doesn't necessarily change in this world. This is not something that is commonly happening, and so the committee is taking the idea to reflect current practices of the organization instead of hypothetical ones.
General comment. There are things that if this committee, if there is different information, if there are things that they got wrong, that can be edited in when it is referred back to the committee and can be submitted to the chair so that those can get fixed.
Which is not me, by the way.
That is also the reason there is a member of each branch on this committee.
Yeah.
With that, are there further questions for this speaker? Thank you.
Yep.
Are there further committee chairs that would like to give a report tonight? Chair Long.
When I got home last night, the thing I thought was going to be craziest today was my Accounting 241 test. How wrong I was. I imagine most of us know what I'm up here for. Last Thursday, I was in a meeting with Dr. Lane, Ethan Erickson, and a couple other budget office people, Jen Owensby and Becca Zecca, to discuss revenue projections for the student services fee and what that was going to look like for the coming years. During that conversation, they brought up the potential for a proposal from Cats Cupboard to the student services fee for a fee increase and inclusion on the student services fee. I said, "Woo, we're kind of late in the term. If they were there Monday, we could maybe look at it." They said, "Okay." On Monday, the student services fee heard a proposal from Cats Cupboard for $150,000, and that night didn't want to decide anything, so had a second meeting 2 days ago on Tuesday. During that meeting, I'm going to use Nick's size analogy. We have 3 buttons in the student services fee committee we can push. We can push the button to raise the student services fee. We can push the button to add somebody to the budget. And we can push the button to use our reserve dollars. During that conversation, the committee was very wary and not really interested in raising the fee right now. And if we weren't willing to push the button to raise the fee, adding them to the budget right now is a very dangerous thing to do financially because we can't bring in revenue to support them. So what we landed on is a one-time allocation. The reason the committee wasn't comfortable with a fee increase or we didn't want to pursue that was because there wasn't enough data on Cats Cupboard right now to not necessarily support their need, but to show exactly what they would need in the space this year. They've been in their new space, operating on their new budget for less than a year at this point. A lot of their budget currently is still projections. The committee almost, I'll say unanimously agreed that Cats Cupboard is a worthy entity of being on the fee and should be looked at again in the future, but right now was not comfortable with putting them on the fee. So the question then changes to what should this one-time allocation do? And the answer is provide Cats Cupboard the opportunity to gather data and information on why they should be on the fee in the coming years for a fee proposal. So that's what the committee did. Now, CAT's cover proposal was to us for $150,000. That's what they need from us, long-term. The long-term goal of the committee is to support CAT's covered. They need $150K. The reason the student service fee did not give $150,000 is to support that. We're giving them $75,000. They'll be getting another $75,000 from from the foundation. Combine the $150 they need. That way, they're able to come back to the student services fee 1 year from now, 10 months hopefully, not as late as this, and show the committee, here's what we did with the $150 we said we needed. Look, it's gone. We used it, absolutely needed. And we have the data from a year to back all that up. That way, that committee next year will be more and hopefully comfortable with a fee increase and adding them to the budget. The reason the committee has recommended $75,000 is to put CAT's covered in the best possible position to present a proposal next year and give the next year's committee the best information possible to support and recommend that fee proposal and budget. I've heard a lot of concerns about why we've given the CAT's covered this amount of money when it could go to, why we're giving CAT's covered this amount of money, why we're giving ourselves a near equal amount of money for compensation. I'd like to point out that the fact that these two are $75,000 or $70-ish thousand things is completely coincidence and in no way connected to any plan or thought. These are generally the numbers the committee's landed on independently. And to this, the money that is paying for these allocations is separate pools of money. The committee on Tuesday used the bucket analogy. SGA has in its reserves two buckets, a big bucket and a small bucket. Small bucket's the debt reduction, the big bucket's bond surplus, general surplus, but let's get rid of the names. Small bucket is what we're using for the compensation. That's filled from our surplus revenue. That's SGA's, not rainy day money, but when we have a thing we want to go after, that's what we use it for. That's currently at $1.5 million. Big bucket is what we're using for CAT's covered. That's currently sitting at 2.4, operationally $3.1 million. That's what we used for CAT's covered last time, and that's what we use when the university would like to go in with us on a project of some sort. They would like to do a partnership with us. The rec is an example of that, or CAT's covered last time. These are two separate buckets and cannot be poured into each other or interchanged in any way. The CAT's covered allocation is in no way competing with the compensation allocation. They are from two different buckets. They can both be funded, they can neither be funded. And the money going to either one could not go to the other at all if possible. Let's see, what else I heard today? Additionally to that, there's been some discussion about it being amendable only on the floor. This allocation is amendable in committee as well, just so we're all aware of that one. Additionally, there was discussion on whether or not CAT's covered could be operational at their current service level for another year if we were to give them $75,000 rather than $150,000. CAT's covered, when I reported to them we had chosen to do a $75,000 allocation, was thankful and happy about it and did not raise concerns about operational changes. I reached out to get a specific response about will they need any operational level changes at that current allocation, and I hope to have that on Monday as well for committee. And I think that is all. Big takeaways. The reason we're giving 75, not 150, is so in the coming years, they can hopefully get on the fee at that 150 amount, and committees will be comfortable with that. The money for the compensation and for CAT's cover is in no way interchangeable and in no way in competition with each other. Please ask me questions.
Senator Shirkey.
I have a point of information. So in your committee report, you made the statement that was similar to, we are allocating them $75,000, then the foundation is matching $75,000, and so they will get the total of $150,000. That statement, while technically correct, omits some serious details. The proposal that was given in the Student Services Fees Committee, they asked for, the CAT's covered asked for Student Senate.
Is there a question, Mr. Shirkey?
This is a point of, am I not allowed to give a point of order like the Attorney General?
I'm sorry.
So this feels debate-like, and we're not allowed to do debate-like questions, especially when the bill is not being debated at the moment. Do you have a question?
Yeah, so with the budget request from them totaling 300,000 from us and the foundation, why is just to clarify, why is the net allocation from us and the foundation only going to be 150,000? 75 from us and 75 from the foundation. Just why are we only giving them half of the total? How can they continue to operate?
Right, because the committee's long-term goal is for the next 10 years, the CATS covers on the student services fee at $150,000 and able to operate. They have sustainable long-term funding. To do that, we need to put next year's committee and CATS cover at that point in time in the best position with information and proof of need to justify those increases and that budget. So we give them half what they're asking for right now, so that over the next 10 months, they can show and have evidence of that need for 150. So next year or the year after that, hopefully next year, that the committee will be able to say, absolutely, yes, we can show and prove a need, because that was a big draw. Right now, we don't have evidence or proof. That way we can say, yes, there's 150, and then for 10 years or however long down the line, they have that money. It's counterintuitive, I know, but a smaller budget today, right now, will put them in the best position possible to get long-term sustainable funding.
Caucus Leader Kidd.
For the foundation matching piece, is that like a one-time match, or will they match in the future as well?
The foundation piece is new, and the interesting thing that happened here is no one wants to go in first, just pick up the ball and CATS covered, right? So this is brand new for the foundation in the last couple of weeks. They are very willing to work with us on that. I have no indication that's a one-time situation. They were willing to match an annual contribution. It could have been, we discussed over 3 years. The committee decided 1 year allocation. I don't think it's limited to just this year.
Senator Griffith.
What time is the time and place for the next student services fee meeting, assuming you want a lot of people to be present?
You know, I was going to do the Center for Student Involvement Conference Room, sorry, the Student Programs Involvement Conference Room. There may be more people. As of right now, it's at 5 p.m. in SPI.
Which is in the announcements. Senator Dennis.
You said there's not enough information to allocate this money to CATS covered. What information would you need to be able to allocate that money?
So I assume everyone knows, but the CATS covered last year or slightly before that got a $3 million donation to move into and renovate a new space on Denison Avenue. They at that time said this is a limited opportunity. Yes, we're going to expand and do that. We'll figure out how to pay for our operating costs as we go forward. They have done that. They're in the space now. Of that $3 million donation, they have about $100,000 left. So there's not a bunch of money left over for actual operation of that space. Evidence. Sorry, lost the plot. As of right now, since they have such an expanded operating and service level capacity, their budget for this year, being the first year in that space, is a lot of projections. We think it's going to cost this, or we would like to spend this much on procuring food. The committee would like to see what an actual full year of operation in that space costs and takes, because there's a potential that they actually need to spend way more on food. There's a potential that the committee next year will want to spend more money on something, but there's not enough evidence right now to say exactly what the needs are, and to, if we're talking about fee increase, specify what the correct fee increase amount is.
Not with as many people as we have. Senator Zacko.
Just a little bit of clarification. I don't know if this actually, I couldn't find it in the, what's this called? Proposal, yeah. Is CATS covered going to try to get the foundation to match the $40,000 from SCTE, or is that still kind of something that they're unsure about?
Influx. The reference there is the tech committee in EOF gave $40,000 to CATS covered for salaries. The foundation's offer is to match annual student contributions. There's a question about whether or not that $40,000 is matchable or not. There are those of us that think it certainly should be, but that technically comes from tuition dollars rather than fees. It'll be a discussion and hopefully a pursuit. There's nothing confirmed on that yet.
Time for questions has expired.
Please extend it.
Senator Glasscock.
I would extend time for questions by 10 minutes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. It will be extended. Senator Shirkey.
I guess, first question for the speaker, am I allowed to reference legislation if it hasn't technically been introduced yet, because we're still doing committee reports and stuff?
Is it a question?
Yes, and it regards a line of.
I would rather you ask that when it is introduced, because there will be questions on introduction. So this is just supposed to be questions on the report given.
All right, so I'll just ask on the report given. So if we give them 75,000 instead of 150,000, will they be able to continue standard operations for the next academic year through all the way to spring of 2024?
Correct. That's the reference to the email I sent to Kathleen Hatch to make sure of that. When I informed them, so during the proposal stage, the committee was told that if nothing changes, we get no additional funding, around December 2024, we're going to have to start scaling back operations. The committee wants to avoid that, obviously. We are currently under the impression that no operational changes will be made at $75,000. When I told Cats Covered about the allocation, there was no indication that there will be changes. The email I sent to Kathleen Hatch to confirm that was sent about 2 hours ago. I haven't heard back yet. I hope to have that by Monday.
Senator Griffiths.
When the foundation says that they'll match whatever is given by the Student Services Fee Committee, do they mean that if you would say gave them $90,000 instead, they would fill up to the $150,000 or would give another $90,000?
No, ma'am, it'd be $90,000.
Further questions on the committee report? Senator Glasscock.
So you said that Cats Covered has about $100,000 left kind of in their bank. Is that kind of acting as a buffer to allow for these kind of looking at the data in the meantime?
Yes. So, like I said, when they had the opportunity to move, they said, yes, let's move. We'll figure out in parts and pieces, they like to refer to it as a puzzle, how we'll pay for a long-term sustainable operation. Several years ago, 4 or 5, they had K-State All In Today, which is a foundation fundraiser. They had a large, I almost said war chest, this doesn't sound quite right, pool of money to operate off of from that. They had the donation from, I don't know the donor's name, I apologize, for the facility. They're building an endowment at the foundation, and they had some other small pools of grants and stuff. That money will be gone by December. They've been using it right now. They cannot continue to operate off of that. Philanthropic donations are certainly a part of their long-term goal. They need more steady funding. Senate SSF students, I should say, are already paying $110,000 a year-ish for the operation of Cats Covered from some of Lafine staff and office supplies. They need more long-term funding to be able to sustain where they're at right now.
Further questions? Senator Lilly.
Is the reduced amount driven by a lack of information?
In part, yes. Dual purpose. A, lack of information now for the hope that next year there is information and proof of need for the amount of money they will technically be getting.
Senator Shirkey.
I apologize if this kind of overlaps with Senator Dennis's question, but what would satisfactory proof for a full allocation look like for fiscal year 2026?
I can't speculate on what a committee next year of a group of people we don't know who they're going to be yet will need to absolutely be comfortable. The big thing the committee, this year's committee, and members that will be in Senate next year would say they would want to see is a year of operation in that space, like an end-of-year report, what we actually spend on a year in this space, and then what actually happens with the money they get from us this year. Those two things. Obviously, there could be other things, but I can't speculate for people that I don't know who they are.
Thank you. Further committee reports. Hello. Because of legislation that we passed through last week, I am here to give a committee report on pieces of legislation that were held in committee. I'm going to start with a piece that was held in the Senate Operations Committee. The Senate Operations Chair is not here, so as the Speaker, I am giving the report. Bill 68 regarding, Bill 68 or Resolution 68? Bill 68 regarding double jeopardy was held in committee because they decided to add that change into the GovDocs legislation because it better fits under updating current practices and didn't make sense to pass another bill. And then as Speaker and Chair of the Senate Executive Committee, on Tuesday we held 2 bills in committee, Bill 71 and Bill 72, the first being on the Communications Director position, the second on the Communication Agency legislation. The major issues that the committee found with these 2 pieces of legislation were that they had too many questions to be passed through in their current form, that it wasn't a change that the committee felt comfortable implementing with 2 weeks left in the term, and decided that it needed more hammered out before implementing it next term. So they decided to hold that. Are there any questions on any of those 3 pieces of legislation? Senator Griffith.
This is a correction. It wasn't sent, the Bill 68 was sent to the Special Committee on Governing Dock Realignment, not Operations.
Did anybody not catch that? Bill 68, I said, was referred to the Senate Operations Committee and held. It was held in the GovDoc Alignment Committee. That was a misspeak on my part. Coordinator Navarro.
So the bill that was held in Senate Exec, the reason that it was held was because it was contradictory, or that the Senate Exec members didn't agree? What was the reasoning behind it?
71 and 72 were both held because individuals on the committee believed that it just was, there were not enough answers to the questions, specifically on how both of these bills changed the communications director from being an independent position to being a member of the cabinet, and did not feel enough details were hammered out on how that would realistically function. Same with getting rid of the PR director in that legislation. Felt there were more questions than answers, and therefore didn't feel comfortable passing it through with only 2 Senates left. Further questions? Are there further committee chairs that would like to give a report? Seeing none, are there directors that would like to give a report tonight? Chief of Staff Brown.
Coolio. Before I get started here, I drafted a little something. For those of you who don't know, I won't be here next week. I'll be visiting Oregon for law school, so this is really my last Senate. With that being said, I'll get into my final report in front of y'all. My senators and countrymen. Yeah, sorry. It might be slightly dramatic, but bear with me for a moment. Yeah. My senators and countrymen. I stand here before you addressing you with my final report as your Student Governing Association Chief of Staff. And while I was a while ago, I was asked my proudest accomplishment of this year. And I've had some thought to come up with an answer to that question. When I entered this position in the spring of 2023, there was a pretty singular goal in my mind. We needed to improve SGA's image and its relationship to its student body. With that being said, I'm very proud to think and to say that it's my belief that we accomplished that goal. There's still room to be left on accomplishing that goal, but the executive branch's directors held over 500 meetings this year and met with over 100 student organizations and countless numbers of individual constituents. Senators, while I could stand here and go on listing every accomplishment that the executive branch has achieved this year, I won't. Instead, I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to leave you with a call to action. My call to action is simple. Be better. For you yet untested senators, and even you veterans, be better committee chairs, be better speakers, be better chiefs of staff, be better presidents. As you sit in these chairs and you sit in this hollowed room, realize that you are the future leaders. You are the future committee chairs, you are the future speakers, you are the future chiefs of staff, and even for the lucky among you, the future student body presidents. As a senior, I and so many others are leaving you with this organization, and I humbly ask you to be better than we were, to achieve more, to soar to greater heights, and to find success that has eluded us all as of yet. You're the future, and you hold all the potential of Kansas State. You can yet become the leaders that change the world and impact us all for the better. And with that, very simply, I wish you all the best. Have a wonderful night.
Chief of Staff Brown will not be standing for questions. Are there further directors that would like to give a report tonight? Vice President Binkley.
Alrighty, I was in your inboxes earlier today. I sent another email regarding the SGA alumni event reunion weekend. So I'm encouraging you to go check your email, make sure you saw it. There are a couple steps for you to complete. So if you do have any alums that you're in contact with, please send them the graphic that I attached to that. It's just information regarding the weekend and where they can RSVP. Secondly, for all of you here, please go and RSVP on the student form. So that's a link at the bottom of that email. RSVP to that by March 8th at 5 p.m. Happy to answer any questions. Reach out to me still if you have ideas. We're finishing up planning, but always happy to hear your thoughts.
Are there questions for Vice President Binkley? Seeing none, thank you. Further directors who would like to give a report tonight? Senator Saya.
All right. Good evening, everybody. The elections were last week. Those were great. I am statutorily obligated to provide a report of the elections to the Senate Operations Committee. Full write-up of everything that we noticed this year and any recommendations that we have to make the process easier in the future. So I'll deliver that report next Tuesday at Senate Ops at 5:30 if you're interested in seeing this in more detail. But I wanted to share just some of the big picture trends that maybe you will find interesting. First, I want to start with the really good news about this year, which is that of any year in the past 5 years, we had the highest percentage of student turnout. I'm really proud of this. I think a lot of it goes out to the candidates who ran. Their campaign was really competitive and put a lot of work into reaching out to students. I think competition is interesting to students, right? When we actually have races where, candidates are pushing back and forth, it generates a lot of interest. You'll notice that more students voted in 2020, in the 2020 election, but in that year, we had about 2,000 more students. So the share of students was ever so slightly smaller. About 1 in every 5 students voted this year in this election, which again, I think is pretty great. You'll also notice on this graph 2 years where it's lowest, 2023 and 2019. In both of those years, we had student body presidential candidates who did not have opposition on election day. And that, it has an impact on turnout. As you can even see, it impacts turnout down on the ballot in the Senate races. So in the future, I think we should do everything we can to promote competition as much as possible, because it pretty obviously has a significant impact on how many students are tuning in to our elections process. Ethan, if we could go to the next slide. So this is the bad news of tonight, and that is that this year, just like years past, we really struggled to find students to file and run for Student Senate. We had a small pickup from last year. I think part of that might be due to a very well-timed email from the student body president. But we are continuing a broad trend away from filling Student Senate and away from pretty intense competition that you saw before the pandemic. Part of the reason why this is especially frustrating is because, as you can see, not enough students are filing for office as we have actually available seats. So every single year, and this is always true even in super competitive years, we have students that run unopposed and offer students no real choices. Ethan, if we could go to the next slide. So in this most recent year, I wanted to put that in perspective a little bit. We had 3 races for Student Senate that were seriously competitive. The College of Agriculture and the College of Business, which both had 1 candidate over their limit. Agriculture, I think it had 6 Senate seats available, they had 7 candidates. College of Business had 8 seats available and 9 candidates running, or 9 seats and 10, whatever. And then College of Arts and Sciences had a pretty significant excess, as is historically very common. A lot of interest in Student Senate in the College of Arts and Sciences. But those are the only colleges where student senators faced any meaningful competition whatsoever. Compare that to every other race we have. And the numbers that I put up there are the numbers of students that we have enrolled in those colleges. The reason why I think that's important is because in this election, in the 2024 election, even though we had very high voter turnout, recently speaking, record voter turnout, 8,500 students at this university did not have a choice of who they elected to the Student Senate. The candidates on the ballot were going to win because there were more seats available than there were candidates on the ballot. And ultimately, I think that's a really frustrating problem to face. Ethan, if we could go to the next slide. Oh, go back. There we go. So I think we're seeing kind of a divergence of problems here. I hear it all the time that we as SGA should do a better job reaching out to people. And of course, I agree with that. There's always better, more efficient, more meaningful communication that we can do to reach students. But like I said, this year, SGA got in front of more eyes than we ever have. The problem that I want to illustrate is that that doesn't necessarily translate to people being interested in serving in our organization. We have 21% of students who at least cared enough about SGA and knew enough about SGA, or at least knew someone in SGA, to vote. They took the time to vote on Canvas. But only 0.3% of students even chose to run. That's not the number of students who are in the body, but the number of students who decided to be a part of, to be on the ballot this year. So the question is, how do we address that? If we have this, issue where students who even know about our organization don't want to take part in it, what do we do? And you'll see tonight legislation that I'm a very strong supporter of that seeks to reduce the opportunity cost of students serving in this body. I recognize that giving up 4 hours a week for free is not a realistic prospect for a lot of students. And I'm proud of the legislation on the floor tonight as something that might address that. But I want to point out here that that's not an idea that came out of nowhere, and it's not an idea that came just from me. As I was writing this year's elections report, I actually was referencing back through past elections reports to see, what they changed and how their recommendations have played out over the years. And I thought these 2 points of information from last year's elections report were particularly significant. The first is that we should do more to focus on retention. It's not enough to just get our message out there to more students. We need to make sure that the students we keep in the organization stick around, right? And that means, maybe more importantly than anything, listening to why they leave. And the second thing that I thought was especially interesting was a mention of incentives in this report. Obviously, their idea of incentives is not the same idea of incentives as we came up with, and I am not trying to claim that this group of people would be in support of what we're doing tonight. But a totally separate group of people that had nothing to do with the compensation/incentives project this year decided on their own accord that this was a goal worthy of pursuing because they felt like it was the key to that retention versus recruitment issue. Ultimately, I wanted to make sure that you had that perspective and could see some of the historical trends heading into the debate tonight. Like I said, if you are interested in the rest of my recommendations for elections going forward, please come to the Senate Operations Committee.
Questions for Commissioner Saya? Coordinator Hoffman.
Ethan, could you go to the second slide? And then, yeah, okay. So my question has to deal with the 2019 year here. So we saw in here, like as you mentioned, there's only one student body president running. So we saw lower turnout there. And then could you go to the next slide? But in 2019, we also see the highest amount of students filed for Senate. So what I was wondering is why that seems like two different things.
Yeah, when I first saw that, I was really surprised because that's not what I would expect at all. We talk about attention focused on SGA and the student population being interested in SGA as sort of one block issue. And what the data really showed me here is that we're dealing with two totally separate issues, which is how much do students know about SGA, how much do they turn out to vote, and how much do students choose to participate in the organization. Ultimately, what we find is that those are separate challenges, right? That's the opposite problem that we faced this year, which is that we had extremely high turnout, but no involvement in our organization, or at the very least, declining involvement in our organization. So, yeah, that's a great question. I wish that turnout more often contributed to people wanting to take part themselves.
Senator Griffiths.
On this slide, the difference between the 2021 and 2022 elections on the number of students filed is fairly significant. You have access to the prior election report, I assume. Do you have any idea why that was and how we can strive to get back to those pre-2022 levels?
You know, that's a great question. This decline has been somewhat long running, and you know, to some extent, there are ebbs and flows, regardless of what the general trend might be. I haven't come up with any good theories for why those look different, and this doesn't always capture the full scope of the issue. That main line that you see, the total amount of students, is the total amount of students filed, but there are always gaps in different colleges, right? Just because the total number of students is 60 does not mean that we filled the Senate perfectly. It could mean that we have 60 senators running in the College of Arts and Sciences and no senators running everywhere else. All that being said, I can't point to anything specific that would account for that difference.
Coordinator Hoffman.
Can you go back to the previous slide? Is that top number, is that just student body president?
That's correct.
Do we have, my question is for total turnout, since it's, you mark total turnout in the next slide separately, but not in this slide.
The next slide is count of students who have filed to run for Senate.
Yeah. So, okay, everybody that voted, what this slide is saying to me that everybody that voted for president also voted for their other Senate seats, which I assume is mostly true, but probably not always.
Yeah, I think you're not required to vote on all of those.
Right.
But student body president vote count is the closest we'll ever get to total voters.
So we don't have that metric?
Well, that's like everyone gets the student body president's ballot, so we can track who voted.
Okay.
Senator Griffiths.
So you said that it definitely seems to be correlated between competitive student body president races and increased voter turnout. If we wanted to see it to a significant higher degree, would you recommend more people decide to run for those offices?
Yeah, I think that we focus as a marketing strategy on intentional efforts, right? What is the SGA Instagram going to post? What events is SGA itself as an organization going to host? But I feel that our most effective recruitment and marketing tools happen at a much smaller scale, and they happen a little bit more organically. I think people are interested in our organization because of someone they're interested in who is already interested, right? Like the person-to-person communication, I feel, is the most compelling reason why students get involved in the first place. So when competition is high and campaigns are doing a lot of person-to-person reaching out, students are way more likely to vote than if SGA says, remember to vote today, right? Like the level of gravity is just totally different. But absolutely, if we want to see higher turnout, competition to me is the obvious answer. These two races, 2020 and 2024, are the two closest races on this list, I think.
Time for questions has expired.
Would anyone like to extend them for the senator in the back who had a question? Chair Lynn.
I move to extend questions by 2 minutes.
Emerging Leader Glanville.
So has the thought crossed as to tabling more to get people interested, not just in the union, but in different buildings across campus, so that students who may not necessarily walk through the union, and I know that tabling happens for SGA during the week of welcome, both fall and spring, but not everybody goes to that, not everybody wants to go to that, but if they're going to class and see this, that it could possibly help with turnout as to interest in just being involved in SGA and filing and voting.
You know, I might have to defer that question to any of the tabling experts that we have in the room that have put a lot more work into that than I have.
Chair Lynn.
I was the Emerging Leaders Coordinator last year, and let me tell you, I spent hours and hours and hours of my time going to everything that I could to table. And that was by far the least successful thing that I did. Out of all of the recruitment strategies that I tried, tabling was what I thought was the biggest waste of time and the least effective.
Senator Griffith.
With the problem being the number of students filing for election, do you think that potentially moving the dates, like the filing deadline back maybe a week, if possible, could potentially alleviate that problem?
Well, it may. It definitely could, especially now that elections happen earlier than they used to. But I might take a step back from that to say there are a lot of administrative things that have to happen between the time that a person files for office and when they actually stand on the ballot. All that being said, you know, I'm not opposed to any solution that we might have, so I would be welcome to include it in my report.
Coordinator Hoffman, did you have another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Emerging Leader Glanville was saying. I think I can sympathize with Peyton's, that it may not draw a lot of engagement, but I think you bring up a good point of having more senators that just don't go to the union, just being able to see SGA is always a good thing, is what I look at.
Time for questions expired. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there further directors that would like to give a report tonight? Okay, seeing none, we will get on to legislation for the night. We'll move on to approval of allocations. Is there a motion to approve the allocations? Chair Cuesta.
I move to approve the allocations. Second.
Unanimously. Perfect. The allocations will stand approved. We're going to move into final action. First up with, thank you, Jeremy, Resolution 2324-67, recommendation to Kansas State University regarding e-communications. Will the author please come forward? Welcome back.
Thanks.
Have any changes been made?
Yes. So the Strategic Oversight Committee decided to add a clause which I thought was really smart. That is a new Section 3 that the KSU SGA encourages KSU to provide, more resources on defending against common hacker threats involving e-communication and identifying potential online threats.
You have first rights to debate.
Great. So perfect transition from what I was just talking about, which is that communication at this university has seen better days. My interest in writing this legislation were a lot of the emails that I received as a student that sort of masquerade as some type of Kansas State University email, but amount to someone trying to sell me something, which drove me into a deep rage. So rather than complain to the email, I did this, and I think that we as students should be advocating for a couple different things. First is better security online. I think this actually is what's so great about what the Strategic Oversight Committee added to this legislation, which is that we want students to be more prepared than they are for online threats. All of us in this room know the consequences of a breach in our information security. We know it well. And I want to make sure that other students don't have to go through that again. I would go so far as to say that classes I am in now are still suffering the consequences of the first couple weeks of classes and how difficult that was for us. So I'd really like to see that students are safer online. I'd also like to see that when Kansas State University emails someone, that means it. I know that these entities are affiliated with the university in some way, and they are helping out with pretty basic university functions, like taking photos for your graduation or supplies for your dorm room. Those are important things that students certainly need, but I think that those services being advertised by companies under their own banner is more than sufficient to access this market. The third thing that I want to see over the long term is a more critical look at how we communicate to students in the first place. I remember a conversation that I had when I was on the Student Health Advisory Committee last year with a staff person at Lafayette Health Center. And she said that she was having an extremely hard time reaching out to students about very critical health information and resources that Lafayette has to offer. She said that it was so difficult because they have no idea what students do and don't pay attention to, and they feel like the sea of information is just way too deep. I absolutely agree, but this staff person said that to accommodate for that, they try every possible medium they can. They put as much information out there as possible, and in a way, contribute even more to the sea of information. I think this university could be a little bit more coordinated in the information that it sends out to students. And so long as every single department and organization and unit on this campus is putting out all the information it can in the hopes that something sticks, it amounts to an environment where we can't pick up any critical information. I think that's really regrettable. I have no idea what the best solution to that would be, but I hope it's something we can address. So, vote yes.
Thank you. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? Further debate in the positive? And is there any further debate at all on this resolution? Seeing none, we will go into a hand vote. All those in favor, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign.
One second.
It will.
That's 2.
It will stand approved. Okay, next up we have Bill 232473, amendments to the KSU SGA regarding KSU SGA budget transparency. This is the one that was sent out separately. So sorry. Will the author please come forward? It was referred out favorably 5-1 to 2. Have any changes been made?
No changes have been made.
You have first rights to debate.
Excellent. So the big impetus for this was several months ago. I was talking to an individual about the student services fee and said, yeah, an SGA's budget. They said, what's SGA's budget? And I said, certainly we all know about the budget, right? And I realized maybe not. And then last week in Senate, I asked, who knows about SGA's $88,000 budget, and 4 hands got raised. There's no malpractice going on by current users or past users of the budget or anything like that. But when we talk about fiscal responsibility and responsibility to the students representing, some communication what this budget is being utilized for is not too much to ask in my mind. We're looking at the $500 limit, that affects 4 to 5 purchases a year. This isn't buying office supplies and name tags. This is when going on trips and buying big ticket equipment items. Those are things the students in this room should know about and have the chance to voice concerns to as well. We're the only organization that sets our own budget. This level of what I would consider minimal oversight is not too much to ask. Oh, yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative on this bill? Director Cohn.
Cool. My name is Logan. I serve as the legislative director for K-State SGA. And basically a lot of my role pertains into the advocacy efforts on behalf of our organization. There's pretty much 3 big conferences that we plan each year: Big 12 on the Hill, Big 12 Conference in the fall, and then Kansas Higher Ed Day. And like the previous speaker said, those are kind of our big ticket items for the year. And the bill talks about $55,000 being allocated to compensation. And there's about $30,000 allocated to the other parts of the budget. This includes each branch gets budget, conferences get budget, things like that. So I am voting against this bill, or I can't vote. I'm urging you guys to vote against this bill for some of the following reasons. I guess my main concern with the bill is it's a 2-week process to fund something like this. The variation in prices from Airbnbs, airline tickets would basically make this impossible for me as the user or the person buying it, as well as communicating that with SGA office. Yeah, each year we made every effort to reduce our costs assumed to K-State. Purposely don't go with the group rate at any of these conferences, allow for Airbnb use. Last year we used this additional funds to fund deferred maintenance at Lafine. Yeah, I think one big thing, if an emergency arises on a trip like this, let's say the Airbnb goes out late, or it's like double booked, or this year we got stuck in Chicago, we had to book a different flight. Basically, this would require us to do a special meeting to special order another funding bill for that trip. So I don't think that's fair to this group, this chamber, as well as those going on the trip. Yes, and then my final point, this is part of my legislative duty to represent the university at these conferences, and should not be at the hands of the legislative branch, entangled up by unnecessary bureaucracy. If the funding bill were to fail through this chamber, K-State would not have a seat at the table with key legislators making decisions about our education's future. It's our responsibility to advocate on behalf of our student body, and I do not want a funding bill to restrict this ability. Again, I urge you guys all to vote in the negative.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there debate in the positive? Chair Linton.
Yeah, so I wanted to address some of the previous speakers' concerns about this particular piece of legislation. I want to point out that when we allocate money to literally every single other student organization on campus, we require them to give us a full budget breakdown of what they're doing for their travel events over at least 35 days in advance. This is a much shorter process than that, and I really don't think it's a tall ask to say every other student organization, we're setting the standards for you to do it this way, but we're allowed to spend all of this money just whenever we want. I think that a 2-week process is more than fair when we're holding every other organization to a much higher standard. I also have concerns if 2 weeks before we're spending what I would consider a pretty significant amount of money, if that planning isn't already done. So that's that on the 2-week process side of things. And then the other part that I was going to talk about was something else.
Value of the trip.
the value of the trip. The previous speaker also mentioned that it shouldn't be at the hands of the legislative branch to decide not to send our members on these trips because it doesn't give SGA, Kansas State University, a seat at the table when we're meeting with those key legislators. I think it is the responsibility of the people who are spending this money and going on these trips to prove the value of going. I think that if you can't stand up here and prove to a room of senators that this is something that's worth our time and money, maybe we do need to rethink exactly how we're spending that money or if some of these things are worth going to. Like I said, I don't think it's a very hard ask to say that we do need a little bit of checks and balances when it comes to spending this amount of money, and that we should be able to prove that it is actually worth the value. So,
seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there further debate in the negative?
Someone has their hand raised on the Zoom.
Oh, Amy, do you have a question?
I do have a question or a concern about this. There are often times when, for instance, this week, we didn't finalize the catering for the benefit or for the out banquet on Friday night until yesterday, and that was over $500. I'm concerned how that can work in this plan.
So, for a little bit of context, I'm going to consider that a point of order. That is Amy Lee. She is the person who handles this budget and manages finances for student government. She is the financial advisor for SGA. Seeing as that was, do you have a question or do you? Yeah, what's up?
Well, I guess one is anyone going to answer her or answer her? That's one. But.
So yeah, because I'm considering it a point of order, I'm going to answer it. The answer is it wouldn't under this legislation with this current situation. It would have to be passed through beforehand. It would have to be finalized 2 weeks prior. That is how that would work in this situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then a point of information. So my question is, for student organizations now, kind of going back to what previous speakers mentioned in their debate, what happens with student organizations when last minute travel changes happen and then they may have to rebook a flight or whatever? Do we comp that, or do they just pay for that personally, or how do those things work?
Sure, Long.
They're out of luck. If the flight is under the amount we allocated, they're fine still, but yes.
Thank you.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? President Stout.
I think a great example of where this bill would be ultimately very damaging to That wasn't me. Whoever blames it claims it on that one. I think one way that this would be ultimately damaging to KSU SGA is I think Kansas Higher Ed Day is the perfect example. For example, when you are, has anyone in here ever tried to reserve a space in the Capitol? I don't recommend it because it is extremely inconvenient. So you fill out the application. I filled it out in August, I believe, to reserve the space in February, but they do not review it until the date gets closer. So we did not actually receive the confirmation that we had the space reserved for Kansas Higher Ed Day until we were 10 days out. It was February before we even got confirmation. So that was within just a few weeks before we even knew if we would be having Kansas Higher Ed Day. I reach out to the caterer as soon as I get that confirmation. Don't hear back for a few days. It gets to the week before we actually get the information from the caterer about how much the luncheon will be. For the past 2 years now, Kansas State, this year as chairs and hosts of Kansas Higher Ed Day, we were responsible for that. But last year also, we organized the catering, and we were the ones that fronted it, and then we got reimbursed from other colleges as necessary. And this year, thankfully, the president's office will end up covering our final portion, but K-State SGA fronted the cost for the luncheon this year and last year, an amount substantially over the $500 limit. And so I think you can see why, if this bill were in place, that would be a problem. K-State would no longer be able to plan legislative advocacy efforts like this, just because the systems that are in place that are outside of our control move at a snail's pace, unfortunately. And so I think that's just a tangible example about how this would effectively hobble Kansas State SGA, significantly restricting our ability to respond and be active in things that are undeniably valuable to our organization and to the student body. Lastly, I don't disagree with the point that keeping senators up to date is a good idea, but I don't think that best comes through this, that would effectively neuter the executive branch and other branches as they try and do these external efforts. And so I just ask you to consider other ways we could go about this transparency. This would be ultimately very damaging to K-State SGA. We would not have been able to have Higher Ed Day if this was in fact. Additionally, something that I just thought of was, as it sits now, funds already go through all three branch heads. So, for an example, one member wanted to buy a whiteboard this year. Something, not going to name names, but it's from that portion room. Something largely uncontroversial, but it was not purchased until it had the consent of myself and from Kate. So we already do have systems in place that do provide a little bit of the accountability that we want to see with our finances. If you guys want reports or something after we make purchases, that is something we could explore. But as it sits now, there are systems of accountability in place, and this would just be very damaging to K-State SGA and to the state as a whole with things like Kansas Higher Ed Day. So, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there further debate in the positive? Senator Griffith.
Now, you can call it what you want. You can call it well-preparedness, or you can call it generational trauma from having watched planes, trains, and automobiles, but my family over-prepares. That includes booking flights, hotel rooms, not just weeks, but months in advance for trips, and I do the same. And there's nothing to be said that we can't be having these plans for our trips for the Higher Ed Day, or for the trips to DC, or for wanting to buy a whiteboard. That we couldn't have these ideas and be planned with them weeks in advance before any trip could happen. And that can include emergency funding. Having an amount of money in case of emergency, like your plane gets rerouted to a different airport and you need to book a new flight. There's nothing saying that that cannot be included in the list, and any money that is expended just goes right back into the account. So any money that is not spent isn't wasted, it doesn't disappear into thin air. It goes back to be used on a different allocation. And so I think that this allows for it all to be transparent. And that if we believe that we need to approve allocations to student organizations, we are a student organization, and we are no different from that fact. And so we should have to go through the same channels of the allocation process, and so I urge you to vote yes.
Amy once again has her hand raised.
Would someone defer their speaking rights to Amy?
I will.
Senator O'Malley defers his speaking rights to Amy Lee. Amy, you have the floor.
I would suggest if you're gonna plan to pass this, that Senate needs to plan to meet 12 months a year, every single week.
I have an amendment.
Chair Long.
The amendment's neither E3 or M-Bus.
Can you pull up that amendment? Will you state the amendment?
The change of language.
Will you come do it to the microphone for people on Zoom?
The amendment does not require approval from the Senate for use of funds for an allocation process. It requires notification to Senate at least 14 days prior to its usage. So not buying it, but 14 days before it's used for something, the event is used for, has to be notified and shown to Senate.
Okay, so we are now going to vote on whether or not to consider the amendment. This is not voting on the amendment itself, but voting on whether or not to consider the amendment. Those in favor of considering the amendment, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Okay. So you have first rights to debate on the amendment.
Yeah, so there are definitely some operational concerns. And it would be bad if for some reason we were not able to go on a trip or purchase night we needed, there's emergency, and it couldn't get spent or dollars used because there wasn't Senate approval for that. That, well, I believe is a reasonable process to put our body through, and we force every other Senate or student organization to go through, is reasonable. I understand the concern. What I'm really aiming for here is that Senate needs to know when these things are spent. This still accomplishes that Senate knows that there's the budget and what it's getting used for, and still sees what people spending this money are doing with it. This still accomplishes all my concerns about transparency, but with less operational hurdles.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, is there debate in the negative on the amendment? Do you have a question of privilege?
What would this look like? Would this be like a report?
Yep. It's not specified. I imagine it'd be a report.
So a director's report. Okay, seeing as that is debate in the positive on the amendment, is there debate in the negative on the amendment? Is there further debate in the positive on the amendment? Is there further debate at all on the amendment? We will go into a hand vote on the amendment. All of those in favor, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Okay, the amendment will pass. We are now going to go back into debate on the legislation. Is there further debate in the negative? Chief of Staff Brown.
Howdy, y'all. Okay, so basically I would like to get into this just a little bit. Obviously, I raised my hand, right? So I think Amy brought up a very good point. How many people, rhetorically, please don't actually raise your hand, but in your mind, raise your hand if you like every other day other than Thursday, not specifically because it's not Thursday, but just because you might have some free time or might have other things that you get to get done. I'm just going to say, very realistically, for example, in the instance and the very real instance of when your student delegation that was going to Washington, D.C. to represent student interests got stuck in Chicago, you guys would have been up at, I don't know, what was it, 4 or 5 o'clock on a Friday. We would have had to call an emergency vote. We would have had to present all of this to all of you. If you were in classes and we couldn't get a quorum, we would have been waiting in Chicago until we could have a quorum. All of you would be held here until we were done. That is my first point. I think that's a little unrealistic. My second point is just pretty simple. Every other major university is able to acquire state funding to reduce their tuition, to allow greater funds for research programs, to allow opportunities to build new buildings, and allow just a greater learning environment at Kansas State through interacting with our congressional representatives. And by interacting with our congressional representatives, we not only give ourselves this opportunity, but we compete. We compete with other universities who do the same thing, sending student delegations, sending administrative delegations and faculty delegations to places like Washington, D.C., to places like Topeka, where we advocate for student interests, faculty interests, administrative interests. We advocate for KSU interests. My point behind this is that the things that the executive branch do in the three very specific things that we've brought up through Kansas Higher Ed Day, through going to Washington, D.C., and being able to advocate for students to congressional officers, and by just being able to go to the Big 12 conference and getting to interact with our other student delegations and counterparts in other universities, we're able to find better ways to allocate money that helps students. We're able to advocate for better NIL law, which helps our student athletes, our direct constituents. We're able to advocate for more mental health resourcing, getting funding from the federal government and getting funding from the state government. These are all things that, by this bill, will be politicized in this room. And I think we can all agree that just a couple of those things are very good for our constituents, are very good for our Kansas State University on its entirety. And I'm just being honest, I don't think it is very productive for us to have, because what's ultimately going to result, individual interests are going to decide whether or not a specific expenditure is worth it. And while that might be a great thing to have some oversight, I can also see where that becomes abused by the Senate body. I can see where the personal interests of one senator or another to oppose one kind of advocation for students or another becomes politicized here, and it becomes held back. And then we're in a position where, as our student leaders, we're not able to advocate for you. We're not able to even we're not even able to step up to the plate to swing at the pitch. If we can't sit and advocate in front of our senators, if we don't have the opportunity to roll with the punches as they come, and unfortunately, as your president got up here and said, the rest of the world doesn't necessarily operate 2 weeks ahead of time. When you're dealing with congressmen, when you're dealing with federal and state representatives, you have people that you are at their will. And unfortunately, we've got to be able to...
Speaker's time has expired.
Can I get like a minute?
Senator O'Malley.
Move to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
Second.
Objection.
It has been moved, seconded, and objected. We will go into a hand vote. All those in favor of extending by 2 minutes, raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. You have 2 more minutes.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I won't take full 2 minutes. My point is this. Guys, we need to be able to advocate for students. That is the highest priority of this office that we hold in student government. And by doing this, what we're doing is putting a barrier between the opportunity of students to advocate for themselves and student interest here on whether or not individual small fundings are worth it or not. They are. And I truly believe that deep down. And that's ultimately all I have to say on the issue. Thanks for my extra 2 minutes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there further debate in the negative? Chair Long.
Wow. My freshman year, the first bill I ever debated on was interns as proxies. Interns get to be appointed proxies in case the senator is not there. During that time, a man I greatly respect named Billy Croslow was the senator of the Graduate College. Yeah. He went up and gave a negative debate that likened the passage of that bill to the burning of the Senate and losing all credibility and all sorts of things. I love that man dearly. It has just been described to you that if this bill passes, we will no longer advocate for students, we can no longer go on trips, we can no longer represent ourselves, and fire will rain from the sky and all else. I would like to point out, in here, there were many arguments about it getting politicized and the Senate being able to block passage. Senate does not approve here. All this is saying that 2 weeks before you go on the trip, you got to tell the Senate you're going on the trip and how the money's being spent. If we truthfully say that an operational hurdle is too big, if all we got to do is tell this body about it 2 weeks before it happens, then there's a severe issue with our planning process. The Senate does not have veto power to any debate. There's no politicization here. This is 2 weeks before something happens. We're going to fly a computer or go on a trip. Somebody has to tell the Senate that, hey, we're going and doing this and spending this amount of money. Vote yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there further debate in the negative? Attorney General Poulsen.
Okay. I just want to reiterate that our financial advisor just mentioned Senate would have to meet every, like 12 months a year. And while I think this bill has really great intentions, I just don't think it's practical. Our financial advisor and all three branch heads have to agree how that money is spent. It's not because we have the power to spend it, specifically because, quite frankly, Caleb, Kate, and I aren't going to be here next year. We're speaking of this because we have the experience. This money already has a checks and balances process. It'll have to go through the speaker-elect and the AG and the president, as I just mentioned. We do not line item check or any other entity that we give a budget to. Lafine isn't in here every week. The rec isn't in here every week. The union isn't in here every week. We may not agree with every single thing that they spend money on, but we give them the budget to use and get a report, just as we do with SGA. I just ask that you trust your leaders that you elect, as all three of our positions are roles that you guys spoke to, and trust that the funding that you all are allocating at the beginning of the year is going to be spent right. Thank you.
What information?
Sure.
We do line item check entities for sending over a certain amount of money.
Point of clarification, we line item check them over $15,000.
A certain percentage of their budget is less than this one.
But yeah.
Great.
Caucus Leader Kidd.
Amy has her hand raised again. Can I defer speaking rights to her?
Yes, Caucus Leader Kidd defers the speaking rights to Amy Lee. Actually, Amy, is this a point of information, or is this? We are on debate in the positive right now, not debate in the negative. Do you have debate or a question?
Well, I don't really know for sure, but I am not in positive, so.
Okay. I will get to you after I get to a positive speaker.
Sounds good.
Chair Lynn.
Part of what people are concerned about is that we aren't line item checking every single other entity that's on the fee, like Lafine or the rec or what have you. I think it is inappropriate to liken ourselves to things like Lafine rather than likening ourselves closer to a student organization. I will agree that I don't think that this is exactly like every other student organization. I think that we have a lot more responsibilities. There's a big time commitment that comes along with it. I don't think SGA is exactly like every other student organization, but I sure think that SGA is a lot more similar to every other student organization than we are operationally to the way that Lafine Health Center works. So I think that is just kind of a misrepresentation of how we need to be thinking about this. Even more so now that we're at the point of the amendment, I think that this is quite literally the bare minimum, just to say, you guys essentially get a $30,000 blank check. Maybe the Senate, the body should know how we're gonna spend it before it gets spent. And I would like to point out that every single person that has debated in the negative so far are the people who get to cash that blank check in. So I would just encourage you to think about that.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we'll now go on to Amy with debate in the negative.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that $30,000 comment was about, but I think that if Senate is really concerned about this, they need to bring the treasurer position back and put this through the treasurer. I mean, like I work with the branch heads whenever we do allocations or spending money. None of the branch heads get to spend money without everybody knowing what's going on. So I feel very confident that there's nothing that's being done out of line. And everybody that I've always worked with for the last 12 years has been very conscious of how they spend their money. So I'm just leaving that out there. If anybody has any questions, they can always come in and talk to me. There's no issues about that.
Thank you, Amy. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the bill, yes.
Yeah, can I ask Amy a question? With this amendment, do you believe that Senate would still have to meet every month, each week?
Amy, the question was asked to you if you still have issues with the bill after the amendment to make it a report, and if you think we would still have to meet 12 months of the year with a report 7 days in advance of using the funds, not expending.
Absolutely, yes. You would have to meet all year long, every single week.
Thank you, Amy. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the bill, is there debate in the positive on the bill? Senator Bellamy.
I have a point of information.
Yes.
When SGA leadership was stuck in Chicago for whatever, what was the $500 plus spent on? I was curious.
This is a scenario that was given as an example. We ended up getting on a flight 7 hours later, and it was fine.
Thank you.
Director Talbert?
I had a question for Amy. I was just wondering, so if somebody did have a question about like how much we spent on the trips, are they able to come to her and like show them like the exact amount of money that we spent on specific items?
Amy, another question for you. If an individual from Senate came to your office and asked how much we spent on a trip, would you give them that information?
Yeah, of course. I mean, actually, the treasurer, in the past, anyways, the treasurer would give a report each semester to the Senate about the expenditures of SGA. I don't know if that has happened this year, but it's, it's public knowledge, and it should be shared. So I don't have any qualms about that. My problem is $500 is a very small amount, and you cannot plan on spending, $500. Sometimes people are on a trip and there's extra money that gets put out there. You can't go above this. Just like the banquet for Friday night. We just finalized that, and it's over $500 yesterday. So I'm like, how are we going to solve this problem?
Hey, Amy, I am going to cut you off because you've sufficiently answered the question. Thank you. Senator Lilly.
Point of information, is the approval by the branch heads a statutory requirement? Or is that just the system that's in place?
That I'm not sure on, but it has been that was something that was a rule given to us by our advisor, by our financial advisor, is we came to her and we are allowed to spend our branch budgets without approval by the other branch heads, but our branch budgets are $300, so under the limit. Senator Fogel?
For information, why did we get rid of the treasurer?
That would be a question for Senator Saya and the other people that passed through the bill that got rid of the treasurer.
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer that question. The treasurer had two primary obligations. The first was to sort of keep track of all of SGA's expenditures support them. The second was to chair the Student Center Tuition Enhancements Committee. We got rid of the treasurer and stripped the vice president of their role chairing the Educational Opportunity Fund Committee to create the Tuition Enhancements Committee that spends EOF dollars in the fall and SCTE dollars in the spring. The other treasurer responsibility was like doing the reporting stuff, the stuff that we're talking about tonight. Those responsibilities were transferred over to the Speaker Pro Tem Board. And we did that so that we could kind of trim down the positions that we were offering at the time.
Chair Broughton.
Yeah, I have a question. For the people who made the amendment, is this like a situation where it is announced through a report to all of Senate, or is it like a notification?
It can be an email.
Okay, yeah.
There's gonna be some notification with the point of intention here.
Yeah, it does not specify within, therefore it doesn't have to be anything specific. Is it a point of information?
I just have a question for the people that introduced the amendment. So what we had gone was from Senate approval. What we're doing is Senate notification. So ultimately, you really just want one more email in your inbox. Because you're not.
This is debate-like, and so therefore, if you would like to do that, go over and.
Can I rephrase?
Sure.
I'll rephrase. My question is this. What does the Senate gain other than being notified that the budget they already approved to be spent is being spent when you inform them? Because in the current amendment, it appears that you don't get a say on whether or not that's a good spend or a bad spend.
This Senate did not, the intention there is this Senate right now did not approve that budget. That was 2 Senates ago, or I say last Senate for the SGA budget. So this Senate, from what I did in the hand raise, doesn't know that we have a budget or what's going on. And I can't, if a student asks what this budget depends on, most people in this room can't answer that. And that's fair.
Okay, are there further questions or points of information? Senator Griffith?
Is the previous question in order?
Not yet. We are on the 4th round of debate, and 5 is previous question. Is there further debate in the positive on this bill? Further debate in the negative on this bill? Director Talbert.
Other than our literal financial advisor telling us this legislation's bad no matter what, I don't know what else you guys need to hear, but I think this really boils down to, like, also the amendment still says must be presented to the Senate at least 7 days prior to usage. My question would be, like, first of all, what would be the punishment if they did not notify? You know, like, when we were in DC, we had to do a bag check at a place because the place we were going to after our Airbnb rental ended did not allow us to bring any bags in. We had to get a bag rental. Logan can't notify you 7 days before, so what would his punishment be? I mean, impeachment? Like, that's what I'm saying is, like, if you're gonna say they must do this, then you have to also think about then what would be the punishment. My other big point too is that we already have a system in place. You've heard it from so many different people. We have an efficient system that's in place. There's not been any misuse of the funds for years on end from our independent financial accountant who's been working here for years. So my question is, why do we need to add more bureaucracy, more jobs to people's roles, especially at a time in Senate when we're talking about streamlining things, making things easier, making things more accessible? Why would we add more roles and jobs to people in student government? We should be making things easier for people to understand. You know, I'd be all for a piece of legislation that, you know, made a Google sheet or an Excel sheet public, and I'm sure Amy has one, that we could put on Org Central that can track and see where money's going, because she keeps track of all the receipts, you know. And not only that, we have auditors that the university has to follow. Like, we can't go off to these trips and spend money on alcohol and get away with it. No, like, every single dollar is accounted. Amy has to account for every dollar, and then the university independently accounts for every dollar. So nothing's being misused. Nothing has ever been misused. So the point of adding more jobs and bureaucracy to this is completely pointless.
Vote no.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there further debate in the positive? Chair Cuesta?
I'd like to move to call the previous question.
It has been moved to call the previous question, which would mean we cease debate and move into a vote on the bill. All those in favor? Opposed, same sign. Okay, we will move into a roll call vote.
Bellamy.
Pass.
Biggs.
No.
Blood.
Yes, by proxy.
Broughton.
No.
Bruckner.
No.
Koch. Compton.
No.
Cuesta.
No.
Cup.
No.
Dennis.
No.
Dratz. Dunce.
Abstain by proxy.
Fogel.
No.
Glasscock.
Yeah.
Griffith.
Yes.
Haynes.
No.
Heatherman.
No.
Hesseltine.
No.
Hoffmans. Pulse.
No by proxy.
Hunley.
No.
Jacobson.
No.
Kirchen.
No.
Kidd.
No.
Kermer.
No.
Kinsey. Lee.
No.
Lilly.
No.
Long.
Yes.
Lynn.
Yes.
Mason.
No.
Melcher.
No by proxy.
Moore. O'Malley.
No.
Oury.
No.
Pelton. Peterson.
No by proxy.
Rios.
No by proxy.
Rivard.
Abstain by proxy.
Rogers.
No.
Syat Carly.
No.
Syat Nick.
No.
Salmon. Shirky.
No.
Streetman.
No.
Strunk.
No.
Sushanik. West.
No.
Winger. Wolf.
No.
Zacko.
No.
Going back to pass. Bellamy. Say it again. No. All right. Bill 232473 will fail on a vote of 4 to 36 to 2.
Senator Griffith?
I move to recess for 5 minutes.
I was going to wait until after final action, if that's okay with you. Will you rescind the motion?
Sure.
Okay. We will now move on to Bill 232481, allocation of debt reduction and emergency allocation account funds for SGA compensation. Will the author please come forward? This was referred out with no recommendation, 7 to 0 to 0. Have any changes been made?
I don't believe so. Committee members, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe there's been any changes.
The answer is no changes were made.
All right.
The first rights to debate.
Thank you. Long path to get to this one. To start here, back in fall, we recognized a need for some kind of change to the way people viewed being in Senate, and that had the discussion of what form does that take, and there was discussion, should this be raising the exclusivity of Senate, or should it be raising the importance and time commitment of Senate, or should it be incentive compensation based? And that answer eventually went out. And that transferred into, well, what should we do with that compensation? How should we spend that money, do that? And the result in that was what you see here. People would like these things. Garage parking, access parking pass was the biggest direct financial incentive, and opportunities to grow with the body and to mingle with administration. There's a reason this has no recommendation coming out. The committee was very conflicted on it. It was a 4-4 vote. I broke the tie. This has some implications, to be certain. The main concern the committee had, I would say, is that there's a conflict of interest of a body of elected representatives voting to give themselves a monetary incentive, which is definitely a conflict of interest and a concern to be thought of. I would point to the process to get here and the fact that it was a 4-4 breaking the tie for me, 5-4 vote to do this, that while there may be a conflict of interest, this Senate and Senates of the future are not going to get over that, and will not be voting things through like this easily. This bill and this process is not going to solve all the problems referenced and discussed tonight. It's not going to skyrocket recruitment and hold steady our retention and make it every race competitive over a year. What this bill will do is bring people into the room and get them to stay here. The people that stay here are the ones that are going to make the change. I had a concerned student in the graduate college. He was an SGA several years ago. He reached out to me and said, I have some questions about this, and I answered them. At the end of that message, I apologize, I didn't remember my phone, so I can't quote Debrecht, but to the effect of, I'm not against it, by the way. You guys definitely deserve this Lamau. This will be good for the people that can't justify the time to be here. I think that's the core argument here as well. Thank you. Vote yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? Senator Fogel?
I have an amendment. Is that in order right now?
Yes. Did you send it to? Okay. State that amendment.
Yeah.
Will you pull up the amendment from Senator Fogel?
I'm going to keep it short. This amendment just cuts everything except for the $200 gift card to the union. I'm not super confident that direct financial compensation is going to fix anything. Yeah, that's just a thought that I had. I also am really not super comfortable with the idea of us just paying ourselves. The only thing that I changed is striking those things out. I do think that if we're going to compensate ourselves, the gift cards are good. It helps us spend money in the union, which then goes back to the student services fee, which has seen cuts every year that I've been here, which is year number 6, I think. I'm not going to stand for questions. Vote for this. Don't. Sorry with me. Thank you.
Senator Griffith.
Point of order, is this even allowable?
Yeah, I'm gonna rule this amendment out of order. I think that this amendment goes completely against you can't just cross everything out on a bill in an amendment form, because that makes it an invalid amendment.
Okay. Then
So I'm going to rule this an invalid amendment. Senator Bellamy.
Give the decision to the chair.
Okay, so there has been a motion to appeal the decision of the chair. I can cite the Roberts rules if you would like, if I can go and find it. There is something that specifically says you are not allowed to amend something that crosses out the entirety of a bill, which is what this amendment does. So,
Madam Speaker, how does this eliminate the entirety of the bill if it's still providing for an allocation?
Because it's not the allocation that was, it is not leaving one of them, it is adding something different and crossing out the entirety of the
However,
allocation
it
that
still
is on
fitting
the bill.
within the title of the bill. And the bill's intent.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
The intent of the committee was to allocate for those items that are now crossed out. An allocation to KSU gift cards is not the intention.
I do not believe that that is the intention of the entire committee.
So I am going to recess for 2 minutes to find where in Robert's rules it says what I'm trying to say.
hear me, I'd also like to question how the speaker can unilaterally call a recess without a vote.
Okay, everyone. I would first like to note the objection in the Zoom chat by Senator Heatherman, stating a speaker cannot call a recess without a vote, and that Robert's rules take second to the body's rules to overturn the decision of the chair. Now that we are back, we are on the motion to question the decision of the chair, in which the chair has the ability to state the reason for the decision. The reason for the decision is Robert's Rules of Order 1223 on non-germane amendments that says that one that proposes a change to one of the forms of amendment listed in 12.8 to another form, a pending primary amendment to, for example, strike out oak before furniture and add maple, would be something that is a non-germane amendment. I think that by crossing out one form of compensation and replacing it with a different form of compensation is equivalent to striking out oak before furniture and placing maple.
Point of information, it is section 12, clause 22, not 23.
Robert's Rules of Order 1222. Senator Zach, go.
So, sorry, are you saying that that's how you're interpreting it? Okay.
Correct. That is how I am interpreting, as the chair, the amendment in my ruling it non-germane. Caucus Leader Kidd.
So point of information then. So then if a proposition such as this were trying to be proposed onto the Senate floor, what would that have to look like then for it to make it to the Senate floor?
A different bill coming out of the Student Services Fee Committee or by any individual who would like to do that. Senator Heatherman, you have your hand raised.
Yeah.
Director Talbert.
So wait, I'm confused. So is this amendment adding any form of compensation, or is it just removing the other forms and keeping the gift card?
It adds gift cards, which are not on the original. Yes.
Yeah, this is not germane. The NC did not request this money. We cannot allocate the money they did not request.
The gift cards were added. All of the other forms were taken away under this amendment, which is why I am ruling it non-germane. Are there further points of information or questions before we vote on the, yes, Tatiana?
I don't know if you were about to say this, but are we allowed to vote whether or not it's germane?
That is what, so yes, I ruled it non-germane and Senator Bellamy motioned to question the decision of the chair, which as soon as we get through the rest of the questions, we will vote on.
Sorry, I missed that part.
Totally fine. Senator Zacko.
Just to clarify, you're saying that this would not be allowed. Your ruling is that it's not.
Correct. Senator Griffith.
Point of information, motions to appeal the decision of the chair are debatable.
Thank you. Are there further questions before we get into debate? Senator Bellamy, you have first rights to debate.
Yeah, I'll just keep this really simple. I just think that this is a pretty obviously germane motion. It still is giving senators compensation for their work here in SGA. I think that is the exact same motive. It is just a different type of compensation. I think that is clearly germane.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive for the motion to overrule the decision of the chair, yeah, I'm citing 1222 in Robert's Rules, Section 4. If anyone would like to read it, they're allowed to. You are not allowed to cross out everything they were asking for and give something else instead, even if both are compensation. In the example I gave, even if both are furniture, oak furniture and maple furniture are different. That is the example that Robert's Rules gives me, which is why I'm ruling it non-germane. I think that if you are in favor of this amendment, then you should just vote against the bill and go to Student Services Fee to ask for this form of compensation. But that is not what the Student Services Fee came out with. That is not what made it onto the floor from the Student Services Fee. Robert's Rules is how we govern this body, and it says that it is not a germane amendment. Thank you.
Senator Heatherman had her hand raised and removed it.
Seeing as that was debate, seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion to question the decision of the chair, so debate in the positive. Senator Shirkey.
I move to suspend the rules. Let's just vote on whether the amendment is germane or not right now.
Objections.
Yeah, we're
in the middle of the motion.
I am generally in favor of not getting rid of debate when people have things that they do want to say. Is there further debate in the positive on the motion to suspend or to overrule the decision of the chair? Further debate in the negative. Chair Long?
I don't know why I brought this with me. I don't like citing Robert's Rules of Order. I'll give you this. Allocations from reserve accounts are allowed to happen when entities request and propose for them and get approved by the Student Services Fee. No entity, SGA, has not requested that amount of money. They've not requested for that. The Student Services Fee Committee has never looked at that or thought about it or talked about that. No.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there debate in the positive? Is there further debate in the negative? Senator Griffith.
So there you are. You are expecting to be debating on whether or not we should be receiving parking passes for our compensation. And then all of a sudden, we're talking about gift cards for the KSU Student Union. You didn't ask for this. You didn't choose this. And yet here you are. This is not germane because this is not what was debated for weeks. This is not what the Student Senate decided would be the best form of compensation in the survey that was handed out specifically for the purpose of determining what would be the best form of compensation. This is not what the Student Governing Association asked for. In all senses of the word, this is not germane. If we vote to consider this germane, we will need to update the dictionary definition of germane. So please vote no and do not consider this amendment.
Senator Vogel, is this debate in the positive on the motion? Thank you. And this is on the motion, not on the amendment itself.
Yes. Yeah, just a quick anecdote. When I wrote this, I thought it would be germane. So the author's intention was to be germane, in case that matters, yeah.
Thank you, Senator Vogel. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, is there debate in the negative on the motion? Further debate in the positive on the motion?
Information.
Yes.
What is the vote threshold to sustain the challenge?
To postpone the decision of the chair, or to appeal the decision of the chair is majority. All those in favor of appealing the decision of the chair and ruling this germane, please raise your placard now. That means that you are in favor of allowing this amendment to stand.
Before you, that
Oh,
Senator
sorry, Senator Heatherman, did you have debate on the ruling, the motion?
I'm just voting yes.
Okay. All those in favor? All opposed, same sign. Proxies raised 2. The chair's decision will stand. We are now going into, now that the motion has failed, we are going into debate on the bill itself, unless there are further amendments. Seeing as that was debate in the positive from Chair Long that we left off on, is there debate negative on the bill itself? Coordinator Navarro.
Stack of paper right there. All right. Oof. All right, I'm gonna start off. What's good, guys? All right. Hello, senators, guests of this hallowed ground, and Abdullah. Hey, Abdullah. I'm speaking to you all.
Technically, it's out of order to use names.
And you. I'm speaking to you all not as a former senator, not as the emerging leaders coordinator, not as the incoming attorney general, but as a concerned member of the student body. This legislation and its potential benefits do not outweigh the real, direct consequences of it. First, I would like to address the actual legislation and not its inspiration. The legislation calls for $72,000 to be taken out of the student service fee, a fee that every student pays and are privileged to spend responsibly. Simply put, in my opinion, this is a bad investment. This experiment with students' money's best benefit is that our Senate will be full. These $72,000 should not be treated differently as to a raise in our student service fee. You'll hear debate saying otherwise, but ultimately, we can all agree that if this money is not in reserves, and in the future, we do not have the money in reserves to prevent a rise in the fee will occur indirectly because of this piece of legislation. This investment is towards parking passes, more funding for our end-of-term banquet, more funding for a cocktail hour, and additional individuals for our Washington, D.C. trip. What is the purpose of these incentives? It's to incentivize students to join and stay in our legislative branch. When I saw it, I immediately thought that these incentives do not account for students without cars. But more importantly, I felt like it did not account for the true reason that people do not join the legislative branch. When I spoke with dozens of students about this, and these are my friend groups, so it could be completely different to yours, a few of them said that this would actually interest them to join our organization. All of them said they didn't know what we did. Are we drawing in unknowing students to an organization with breadcrumbs until they get snapped in a mousetrap? Our core issue is that students do not know what we do. That either we need to be doing more with our positions to influence change in our campus community, or we need to be doing more in spreading awareness of what our organization does, both of which are not addressed by this piece of legislation. I also fear students joining an organization that they have little to no interest in joining purely for the benefits provided by every student's dollar. The argument pertaining to other universities having incentives also does not hold, as the incentives in this legislation are not the same incentives as these other universities, and their benefits have yet to be seen. Second, no longer concerned citizen, now I'm emerging leaders coordinator. Appreciate that. I feel it is my responsibility to tell you what I've heard from the leadership of organizations I met to actually recruit students here. I was told it was one student's bad experience that led to the entire organization's view on ours. Allow me to list a few more reasons. This was one from an organization president. When one of our members went into a Senate meeting, they felt ostracized by the people who were already there. They felt afraid to speak up, while also noting that they felt the time did not reflect the output of the organization. The second one is from a multicultural student organization president. The demographic and culture of your organization, referring to SGA, is not welcoming to our members. And the third one is, this organization won't really provide my members much. SGA is for people who want to work in government, which we have no interest in doing. I'm not saying that all of these are valid, but I'm saying that this is our perception from student organization leaders. I would like you all to notice how none of these even allude towards financial compensation being a potential motivator for these students to join our organization. I think we have taken measurable steps to better our culture here in SGA. This change will not happen overnight.
The speaker's time for debate has expired.
Give me one more minute, please.
Senator Biggs.
I move they extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
All right.
It has been moved, seconded, and objected. We will move into a hand vote. All those in favor of extending the speaker's time by 2 minutes, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. You have 2 more minutes.
Cool. I think we have taken measurable steps to better our culture here in SGA, but this change will not happen overnight. And it will take the efforts of many SGA members and future SGA members to continue this progress. This legislation hopes to quicken this process artificially, throwing money towards a solution that has not had the necessary time to develop. This is my money that is being spent. This is your money that is being spent. This is 20,000 students' money that is being spent. Please put your personal interests away from this legislation and think if you would spend this money on a student organization that you have little relation to or little awareness of. $72,000 to fill these seats. $72,000 to be spent when our association has never in its history required it. We need to address the elephant in the room before we feed it. Thank you.
Seeing as that was, clapping is out of order. Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there debate in the positive? Senator Hesseltine.
Hi guys. Really what I just wanted to kind of come up here and talk about was when this kind of became a topic of conversation, the thing that I was really most interested in was what our students thought. And so what I have kind of spent the last month doing was going out to students who are specifically not in SGA and asking them what they would want when we were asked the question of would we rather have a parking pass, a ticket, or a gift card to the union. And so I really just kind of wanted to come up here and kind of answer that question. I kind of approached this as sort of an informal process. It was never really my intention for it to turn up into some kind of a big formal survey. So I spoke to 54 students, which I think it's important to acknowledge, like, you know, when you're sampling people, a sample size that small for a student body as large as we have, a sample size this small really does not represent, obviously, all of our students, as I think we just heard. However, I just wanted to kind of share the information. We had an overwhelming amount of people who really felt that they wanted that parking pass. And so I just wanted to kind of share, I think when you're kind of making a decision of what students are interested in, you know, we kind of have the opinion of SGA because we are SGA. And I really appreciate Andrew kind of coming up here and having a conversation, speaking on behalf of what he just did right now. So I just want to come up here and kind of talk to you about who I spoke to. And so I spoke to a number of students, and I made sure to go to every single college, including grad students and including students who are in the College of Veterinary Medicine. And it was kind of an overwhelming consensus that if we did have a parking pass, that would be something they were interested in. And it was really cool for me as well, because some of the people who I talked to, they also kind of followed up with, you know, they answered my question. I had a couple of people who had answered my question and then asked me what SGA was, which I thought was kind of funny. But yeah, I just really wanted to come up here and kind of let you know, like, I have this data, and if anybody is interested in it, I thought it was super interesting because it is really like who the students and who this would kind of impact, because if the goal is to bring more people in, then these are the people that we're reaching out to. So I just wanted to let you all know that this is kind of something I've been working on, and I just wanted to let you know that I think it's really interesting to kind of look at what our student body thinks. So thanks.
Senator Oury,
Like, point of question, right?
point of information.
Yeah, okay. So what happens if somebody joins Senate and they just don't show up, but they have the parking pass now? Like, what kind of punishment comes out of that?
So these would be purchased by, members of the body had a meeting with Parking Services. These would be purchased and owned by our financial advisor and the organization. So if someone were to resign their Senate seat, they would have that pass removed, and we would have the ability to reassign it if someone filled that seat. They would be owned by the organization.
Okay, so they couldn't just like walk away with it?
Correct. Seeing as that was debate in the, oh, sorry, were you done with your?
Yeah, I just didn't know if anyone had a question.
You can't do questions on debate.
Yeah.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? Senator Heatherman, was that debate in the negative?
No, that was a question, but I'll save it.
Senator Shirkey.
Madam Speaker, what is the time limit on debate? I'd like to make sure I don't get lost, so I'm going to be timing myself. Thank you. Senators and statesmen, lend me your ears. Before the Senate today lies Bill 2324-81, a proposal to spend over $36,000 of our students' dollars on compensation for the members of this body. It is not in doubt that a problem exists involving recruitment and retention of senators within this body. What is in doubt is the ability of this legislation to correct that. Over the next several minutes, I will illuminate the numerous reasons why this legislation cannot be allowed to stand. The evidence shows that this bill has no verifiable ability to correct the issues facing our body. The evidence shows that the people of K-State oppose this bill in astounding majority. Lastly, the evidence shows that the bill lying before you defies the precedent set forth by the Kansas government, so its passing would be done in contradiction with the guiding principles of SGA. I call on you all to evaluate not just the technical aspects of the bill, but the implications it has for the future of SGA. You have the choice to decide whether the members of this body should be bound by the will of the people or the writing of checks. The choice, I believe, is clear. With that, I shall now explain the reasons why you should oppose this bill. One, the burden of proof falls upon the bill's authors. To show that the merit of this legislation, they've failed to show that the proposed plan effectively solves the recruitment and retention problem, so the bill fails. You should all have received the results of a survey conducted by student governments at peer universities by supporters of this bill. The survey asked participants what compensation structure, if any, they provide to the members of their government. This is an important question, but more important ones are left unanswered by the respondents taking the knees out from the bill. How recently have other colleges adopted compensation package? This would answer the question of precedent. What effect has the policy of compensation had on recruitment and retention? This would answer the question of effectiveness. Certain decisions in life have a natural order of operation, such as socks before shoes, cause before effect, and have a data-driven plan before spending $36,000. This bill violates the natural order by spending money before we know it will work. As elected leaders, we need to spend responsibly, and this is not responsible spending. Two, this question should be left to the voters, and the voters would reject it if given the choice. I conducted a qualitative survey of 12 students in 5 colleges with average campus involvement. I saw unanimous disagreement disapproval. Quotes include, not in our interest, not for student politicians, doesn't benefit us, could be better spent, no oversight, and only compensate full-time leaders. Over the history of SGA and all 316 pages of recorded referendums, there has only been one referendum requiring no fee increase that still failed, and it was a plan by SGA for SGA not benefiting the student body. This shows that our voters would not support this bill, and that gives us an obligation to vote against it. Point 3, this bill presents a fundamental conflict of ethics, which is why you should strike it down. There's no better precedent for SGA policy than of our state government. The state of Kansas must, like every state, determine what is fair compensation for its political leaders. To do this, the legislature established an independent commission. Establishing such a commission is critical to prevent the conflict of interest inherent to a self-decided pay raise. I will note, an independent commission was considered during the SSF meeting, and the committee voted it down. No compensation for senators should be allocated unless it is done by a non-conflicted body. The authors of this bill stated during questioning, the full Senate could pass this bill without conflict because the allocation is made for the next Senate. This argument is defective for the simple reason that the Senate's members have just been re-elected to the next Senate. If every senator in this body votes according to their self-interest, the bill will pass with every non-exiting senator's vote cast for the highest possible allocation amount, and that is not ethical. This bill can't guarantee to solve an inherent conflict of interest in its current form. Until that is resolved, no senator of good character may support this bill to its end. Fourth, compensation package is an affront to our ideals of service. In 2023, a bill was proposed that would substantially increase the salaries of Kansas lawmakers. However, the problems with this legislation were made clear by Speaker of the House, Dan Hawkins. There has to be a level of service, Hawkins said to the Kansas Reflector. We're a citizen legislature, so we don't want people to consider that their main job. We need to go back home and go to work. Former state rep Jason Watkins put it best, nobody should get rich serving at any level of government. While this legislation will not make any of us rich, it sets a dark precedent for the future and threatens the core ideals of service at SGA. If we are to be leaders our whole lives, we need to start by making the hard choice now. Do the right thing even if it hurts. Today, this bill will be voted on. We can let this be the day we fall to the same vices which corrupt and twist the hearts of our elected leaders. We can choose to turn over the golden leaf and become representatives of greed instead of good. Or we can choose a better future by casting aside the notion that SGA runs on money. We have to face the same choice faced by every leader at every level of society. We need to hold the line of sacred democracy and representation. We must stand for the people instead of for the pocketbook. Vote against this compensation package. Thank you.
Seeing
Clapping is out of order.
as that was debate in the positive, is there, or negative, is there debate in the positive? Senator Griffith?
While the points of the previous speakers, I will agree, have been very persuasive, I believe that their objections comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding of the intention of this bill. One, this is intended as an attempt to increase recruitment to the Senate, and it is not a permanent increase. It is a temporary allocation for 2 fiscal years. In this temporary allocation, we will be testing whether or not this sufficiently helps recruitment to the student body, and if it is voted that it is decided that it isn't, the Student Services Fee Committee in 2 years will decide whether or not they want to continue it. And 2, I take objection to the idea that this is a kickback, and that it is that we are simply increasing our own compensation for the sake of increasing our own compensation. This is not what this is. But I agree that there should be a system in place to prevent that, and that is better solved through an amendment to the bylaws to add a version of our own 27th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. It reads, quote, "No law varying the compensation for the services of senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened." Meaning that if in the future we decide that compensation is something that we want to do going forward, and we have these qualms about a potential conflict of interest, there is no better way to handle it than to have this in the books. But this is not a kickback. This is not attempting to put a parking pass into our pockets. I'm sure that many of us here could afford a parking pass. This is an attempt to drive recruitment, to bring more people in, because it is true that if you live off campus, it would be almost without a parking pass, it would be almost, if not entirely impossible for you to participate in student government. As such, I urge you to vote yes on this bill. And if you're still serving in 2 years and you have decided that this has not helped, not worked, to vote no then, but not now. Vote yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the bill, is there debate in the negative on the bill? Emerging Leader Bruggen.
First off, this is the first time I spoke, so yeah. So personally, I think the fact that you ran and you won a position in Senate, that's an opportunity, and that should be compensation enough. It's a privilege to represent the body. Why do we need to add more? Personally, I joined Emerging Leaders in order to have a voice, to represent the body, not to be compensated. Like the previous speaker mentioned, we would be polling in people just interested in compensation, not properly representing our organization and our university. In previous legislation today, we were arguing about how we are already spending money for our university's representation in Topeka and DC. Yet we want to pull funds out of our reserve in order to compensate us. If we are willing to spend this money in the reserve, it should go somewhere else that will impact more students than just senators.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there further debate in the positive? Senator Zach, go.
Okay. So when considering the reasons why people cannot commit to Senate and why we see a lot of people not being able to refile, most people say it's the time commitment, which does tend to be a burden at times. But for me, it was the monetary commitment, which most people don't really think about. So I, as a young senator that is not in a leadership position at all, am paying to be here every time I come. I also pay for all my tuition, rent, utilities, groceries, using only scholarships based on academic merit, and the rest is straight out of my own pocket. I don't have help from anyone else. I work 3 jobs to be able to pay for all of my immediate needs, and I pay every single time I come to committee meetings and every single time I come to the chambers. The cost of parking in the parking garages for Senate-related activities is typically $5 to $10 each time I park, and my commitment as a senator is typically a minimum of 5 hours a week. I have to leave work early on Mondays and Thursdays to be able to participate in Senate, and because of this, the opportunity cost of Senate was almost too high for me. I'm missing out on almost $100 of pre-tax pay every week by participating in Senate, and at one point at the beginning of this semester, I faced the difficult decision of if I should resign from my position, not due to the time commitment, but because of the monetary commitment. I quite literally did not have enough money to park. Like, my payment declined when I tried to park. So, and as a young woman, I don't feel safe walking 20 minutes home from Senate in the dark alone, so driving is kind of a must for me. This, as I said, posed a huge financial burden to me, and I joined Senate for the experience, opportunity, and connections, not for the incentives, because there weren't any when I joined. However, a simple parking pass for someone like me makes the difference of being able to remain an active member of an organization that I truly do love being a part of, rather than being forced to resign due to financial difficulty. Furthermore, as a young senator, I struggled with belonging within Senate, which I feel like is the case for a lot of new senators. I have found that by spending time together outside of Senate, I have felt an immense sense of belonging and purpose within this organization, and support the allocations for the cocktail hour line item and the banquet line item, which promotes camaraderie and fellowship among senators, and I would venture to say increases the likelihood of senators refiling. Another point that has been brought up is that this is a position for people who want to go into government. I'm a marketing major. I'm in the College of Business. I don't want to be in government. I'm here because it's a great group of people that I like to be connected to, and I like serving the student body. So this incentive bill, while you might think it's paying senators, it's giving them a pay raise, you can't have a pay raise from $0. We didn't have pay to begin with. This is just an incentive to help senators that might be struggling, to also help senators feel like their time is meaning something. This, I mean, you can't sell your parking pass. You're not getting direct money from it. It's just something to help. So I'm fully in favor of this piece of legislation, and I urge you all to vote yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? Caucus Leader Kidd.
Point of information.
Yes.
So in these scenarios where student senators already have parking passes, what would then happen with the passes that are owned by SGA for those senators?
Chair Long.
These parking passes will be purchased before any other parking pass. Like, these will open up before the general public can access them.
Meaning you would get them for the next school year when you're elected in March. You would get them for the next school year, similar to how our scholarships work and our compensation works.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So then if a senator needed to purchase a different kind of parking permit, like, again, how does that play out? What does that look like? Or has that been discussed with parking services?
Chair Long.
They're going to flex the type of pass, but that is a, once that is passes situation. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, we have been in conversations with parking services. Individuals who wrote the bill have been in conversations with parking services to figure that kind of thing out.
Gotcha. One more follow-up?
Sure.
Sorry. So then in the discussions with parking services, I mentioned it as a question to Chair Lynn last week. Did they say anything about just comping the passes versus like why we have to pay for them, or how did that conversation go?
Chair Long.
We never specifically said, hey, will you please comp us the passes? But the discussion never even started there, started negotiation, because these things sell out in days. So such a high demand.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? Senator Lee.
What's going on? So I mean, this is, I guess, a debate in the negative, but more so just kind of expressing my opinions on this whole compensation aspect of it. You know, being in the legislature, you know, if you guys didn't know, the Kansas legislature recently got a pay increase, double and sometimes triple for some positions. But, you know, even working for Senator Reddy abstained from that, from the voting of pulling it out onto the floor. And it's just, to me, I can't bring myself, and this is my own personal decision. I'm not trying to influence any of you guys to make that decision as well, as I can't morally bring myself to, you know, vote to give myself compensation for my work. To give me, in other words, giving myself a pay increase, right? And so that's my big take on it. And I definitely agree with the premise of this whole compensation thing is a good way of exploring how to get more people involved in Senate, and it is more appealing to those individuals, and it's a good thing to kind of look into. However, I just can't morally put myself to do that. And I think another important aspect of the whole thing in the legislature as well is they hired a independent commission that was full of independent lawmakers, former lawmakers in businesses from across the country to kind of look at the national average and kind of, you know, make do with that. And so I guess that's also my concern with this bill as well, is that we aren't providing enough safeguards against, you know, like previous speakers said, conflicts of interest. And so in this current state of the bill, I'm not comfortable with where it's at now. I think it's a great premise. I think the intent is there, but I think there is still more work that needs to be done that I'm unfortunately was not able to get done prior to it being presented to the floor today. So that is my stance. Thanks.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there further debate in the positive? Director Talbert.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Could somebody elaborate why, like, the committee chose the Big 12 on the Hill Conference and not the Big 12 Conference?
Chair Long, do you want to express?
I apologize. Would you restate the question?
So the line item is to send more people to the Big 12 on the Hill Conference. Why was that chosen over the Big 12 Conference?
Because it's one that goes to DC.
Oh, so they just wanted to go to DC more than they thought they'd want to go to, like,
No, we were told that the regular Big 12 conference had specific breakouts, that there were a lot of people that were not, like, the people that we brought already didn't fit into those breakouts, and that it wouldn't make sense to bring more people to that conference, whereas I think anybody can go and advocate to legislators.
Senator Shirky, is that a question or debate?
It's a question.
Yes.
So if this legislation were to be enacted, what would the process be for if a senator were to, say, decline a parking pass? What would you do? Would you even give them the option to decline such compensation?
Certainly, if they decline it, it doesn't get spent. Go back to reserves where it is now.
Okay, so, Chair Broughton?
Then would they have to know, sorry, another question. Would they have to know that they are wanting to decline before we pay for that, or would that be reimbursed to us?
I'm sorry.
So, Chair Broughton, point of clarification, or to answer that, senators get elected in March, and we would pay for these in June. So they would have the ability
Yeah, they would decline.
to that point to decline. Yes.
And if they didn't decline, they just get it anyways?
If they were notified of the option to decline, chose not to decline, or for some reason did not decline, then they would have a parking pass.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, after that point, if they no longer want the parking pass, does that go to a new person, or?
Yes, if there's a newly elected person or appointed person at that point.
Okay.
2 people on the Zoom have their hand raised. Senator Heatherman.
Senator Heatherman.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we table Bill 232481 indefinitely.
Objection.
Okay, so it has been moved, seconded, and objected to table the bill indefinitely. This would be the same thing as voting no, essentially, but it's happening right now. So that is a debatable motion. Senator Heatherman, you have first rights to debate.
All right, in the interest of time, I just have 3 main points I'd like to make in my debate to table indefinitely. The first is based off of comments from previous speakers. I believe that there's some misinformation regarding parking on campus after hours in order to participate in Senate activities. So parking is free after 5 p.m. outside of the parking garage. And then second, I'd like to state that I understand, having served multiple years now in Senate, the financial constraints that come with that service. However, I do not believe that service itself and that financial constraint is the reason that people aren't participating in Senate, and that there's a need for the body to take a closer look at the legislation that's frequently passing through the chamber that we're discussing, and how that can lead to disinterest from the Senate body. And then third, I would just state that I believe this bill to be an insult to the 6 terms of senators prior to this one that have battled not only deciding budget cuts due to declining enrollments, a pandemic, and many more obstacles. And then finally, I would just conclude in saying that I urge people to vote in support to postpone this indefinitely until the Senate has a more clear defined path forward, and also more clearly defined rationale on why there is disengagement in Senate and a lack of filing numbers. With that, I'll close.
Okay, so that was debate in the positive on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there debate in the negative on the motion? Senator Strunk.
Yeah, guys, so I just think that tabling this indefinitely would have the same effect as just voting no now. So I don't see why we can't just, continue this further debate and then make a decision then. This is basically just a no vote at this point.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, is there debate in the positive on the motion? Caucus Leader Kidd?
Point of information.
Yes.
Amy saw her hand raised.
Hey, Amy, Is that a question?
Yes, just a question.
Yep, what's up?
So my question is, how are we going to track all of this stuff? How are we going to track when senators leave or they come back, or, you know, we've got new senators? How is that tracking process going to happen?
Yep, the discussion was that this process would happen through the Senate Operations Committee, as they are the one who tracks people that are joining and leaving Senate in the status quo, that we would leave it within the same body that it is currently in.
Do we feel confident in that?
Yes. So, seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion to postpone indefinitely, is there further debate in the positive on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Senator Oury.
Do I have to go?
You do.
Okay, to be honest, I just think this is going to save a lot of time. We're going to debate back and forth over and over again if we don't just table it right now and or vote against tabling it. So if, like, this vote would show how the next vote would go, so why don't we just do it? If that makes any sense to anybody.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, is there further debate in the negative on the motion? Senator Griffith.
A motion to postpone indefinitely is intended to be used.
Hey guys, please pay attention.
A motion to postpone indefinitely is intended to be used as a way to stop legislation that is incredibly harmful, and I do not believe that this meets that burden. Arden, by voting in order to table this, you're just going to be voting against it, which, if this motion hadn't been made, would have been the natural progression of events very quickly. This does not fit the burden of proof necessary as something damaging. This is for a test on recruitment. We are not giving ourselves a kickback, so please do vote against this motion to postpone indefinitely.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion to postpone indefinitely, is there further debate in the positive? Further debate in the negative. Chair Long.
There are good and reasonable arguments to vote no on this. I'm open to a wide bevy of opinions and discussion and debate. You've heard a lot of arguments in the last 5 minutes about why this is bad. You have heard 0 arguments in the last 5 minutes about why it should be postponed indefinitely. The makers of the motion want to postpone indefinitely because they do not want to vote on it. They do not want more debate on it. They want it killed, done, dead, gone. There's been no points about why it should be motioned to postpone indefinitely, and no vote should be taken. If what we're saying here is that senators should be involved and have debate and vote, let's have the debate. Let's have an actual vote go through the process, not save time.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there further debate in the positive? Coordinator Navarro.
I did just want to state that precedent has been set with bills in committee to be tabled indefinitely because of the opinions of the committee. Just saying that, all right, guys? So, do with that what you will.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, I'm going to give myself debate in the negative on the motion. I want to address previous speakers' points that precedent has been set in committee to postpone things indefinitely when we disagree with them. That is the only way to vote no on a bill in committee rather than refer it out. what we have is the ability to vote on this bill, debate this bill. I am personally in favor of letting people say things when they have things to say. We are here to debate on an important topic, whether you agree, disagree. I think everyone here agrees that what we're doing matters. If you care about the student dollars that we're spending, then you agree that it matters, and you should let us have a normal vote. So vote no on the motion. Seeing as that was debate in the negative, is there further debate in the positive on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Further debate in the negative. Any further debate at all? Senator Shushanek? Is it positive or negative?
You're just gonna do it through me. Hello. Sorry,
Is it positive or negative?
Negative on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you.
I think that to postpone this bill indefinitely is to do a level of disrespect and disservice to the members of our student senate and our body who have been working tirelessly to bring this bill to the floor for several months. I think it is disrespectful to the students that we have surveyed and asked their opinion. And I think it does a disservice to the amount of senators that we've heard speak tonight that haven't come up to the podium for the entirety of this term. Regardless of how you feel on this bill, yes or no, I think there's a lot to be proud of that has happened here tonight with the amount of people who are willing to get up to that mic and speak, and there are opinions that still need to be heard on this bill. And I think that we need to allow our senators to speak for student voices in this way and allow the debate to carry on as normal.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, is there further debate in the positive? Senator Heatherman?
Yeah, to address a previous speaker's comments, I would say that I believe that saving time sounds like a really good way to improve senator engagement. And my two reasons for bringing this motion forward were specifically, one, the lack of information that seems apparent in the body regarding parking rates after hours when Senate meetings are held. And then secondly, I think it's important to address that this bill does nothing to provide an estimate of FTE or full-time equivalency considerations of full-time staff members and their respective salary and benefit rates for having to manage and help oversee the management of this parking pass incentive.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, is there further debate in the negative? Further debate in the positive. Is there any further debate at all? Seeing none, we will go into a hand vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. All those in favor of the motion to postpone indefinitely, raise your placards now. All opposed, same sign. That motion will fail. We will go back into Chair Cuesta.
I have a proposed amendment.
State that amendment. Will you pull that up, Ethan?
Okay, fantastic. So some of the concerns.
Will you just read the amendment first?
You're so right. Okay, Section 9. During the 2025 through 2026 SGA term, the Student Senate will establish an ad hoc committee with, at minimum, 5 members and a staff or faculty advisor to provide a recommendation to the Student Services Fee Committee on the following. 1, the long-term merit of non-officer SGA compensation. 2, the best method of non-officer SGA compensation if applicable. 3, the appropriate procedure to assess and adjust non-officer SGA compensation if applicable. Committee members shall be appointed by the Speaker of the Student Senate and approved by the Student Senate. At least 2 members must be non-eligible to serve in the 2026 through 2027 SGA term.
Okay, we will now go into a vote on whether or not to consider this before getting into debate on the amendment itself. Please raise your placards now if you wish to consider this amendment. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Okay, you have first rights to debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things, and one of the reasons that this amendment is being brought forward is that previous opponents of the bill have argued that they are uncomfortable with kind of giving themselves a raise, I guess, if you will, and they're uncomfortable with giving themselves personal incentives and voting on that. And so this amendment seeks to address those concerns by putting another set of eyes on the problem. So we're looking at appointing people, as it talks about, a faculty advisor and people, several people who are not allowed to return to this body and receive the incentive, and we're asking their opinion on the value after a year of trying this out to see if it worked and if we should do it again. And so I think that I would encourage you to support the amendment and then support the bill as amended.
Seeing as this was debate in the positive on the amendment, Senator Shirky's had a question.
Yeah. So it says on line like 161 to 162 to provide a recommendation to the Student Services Fee Committee. Will the ad hoc committee established by this amendment have any forceful oversight powers, such as, for example, the power to not allocate compensation?
Well, that is under the purview of the recommendation. They don't have any, they're not the final decision, but they are input when considering the final decision.
Is their input
you did not ask. Yep, thank you.
Is their input the deciding factor for Student Services Fee Committee, or can Student Services Fee Committee choose to disregard the decision of this ad hoc committee?
Yeah, that will be up to the prerogative of the then Student Services Fee Committee. It says that the point and intention of this amendment is to provide an ad hoc committee with the ability to make recommendations, but it will be up to the Student Services Fee Committee at the time. But it is important that we are assembling people who are non-interested parties, and we're actively seeking their input, which is a marked improvement than the current bill. So I would encourage you to, once again, pass the bill as amended. So.
Point of clarification on the question asked, this would be similar to the JCOC committee, Joint Officer Compensation Committee, that makes a recommendation on compensation to Senate. They don't have any actual power other than to recommend. That is not to say that their recommendation gets rejected. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, is it a question or debate in the negative on the amendment?
Question.
Yes.
So how does this differ from the Joint Committee of Officer Compensation? How do they work together?
So they're separate in that this would be for non-officers, and also that it would be an ad hoc committee, and so it is temporary rather, because the bill itself is temporary funding rather than establishing anything that would be lasting unless they decide to pass something different that makes it permanent. JCOC is permanent. This is temporary because the bill is funding that is temporary. Does that make sense? Okay. Are there further questions or points of clarification? Seeing none, and seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, is there debate in the negative on the amendment? Senator Shirky.
There are two faults with this amendment. The first one is admittedly cosmetic. This will take effect, this committee will be formed during the 25-26 term. That is important for the long-term objective of this bill in the, like recurring, like regular fiscal allocation, 3 years, that sort of thing. It is important for the long-term compensation, but it doesn't actually provide oversight for these next 2 years, where it's going to be most important as we're trying to iron out the kinks and make sure that this bill can be set effectively into law. But of course, the second far more substantive fault with this amendment is that this is just a recommendation. At the moment, we have helming the Student Services Fee Committee an ethical leader who takes into account recommendations of a financial nature when passing on committee decisions. But we cannot guarantee that by the 26-27 SGA term, we will be that lucky again. We need to provide legal safeguards to prevent abuse of compensation procedures going forward. And this bill provides lip service to that, but does not accomplish the objective. With that, I'd like you to vote against the amendment as it is futile to the objective of the bill.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the amendment, is there further debate in the positive on the amendment? Senator Lilly.
Anna Cook has her hand raised.
I will get to her after Senator Lilly.
This amendment addresses an important point against the bill, which was that it creates a precedent, and this alters that precedent to be, this is a test, it's a temporary provision, and we're providing a temporary committee to oversee it. That's all.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, is there further debate in the negative on the amendment? Is there further debate? Senator Koch, is that debate in the negative on the amendment?
Point of information,
yes.
Actually. So because the amendment states that during the 2025-2026 term, would this committee be created to look at 2027 or 2026 to 2027, or would it also look at 2025 and 2026? So basically, would this committee look at the allocation for after 1 year or after 2 years?
Excellent question. So the intent of the amendment is so that after we conduct this temporary sample size of, if I'm getting my years right, next term will be 24-25. After we get a year of data and looking at it, that group of senators and the Student Services Fee Committee and this ad hoc committee can look at what it accomplished and look at making a recommendation about doing it again and for future years, if that makes sense. If that answers your question.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, yep.
Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the amendment, is there further debate in the positive on the amendment? Senator Lee.
You know, something we rarely see in the real world that we need more of now is compromise. And I think that this amendment allows us to compromise in this legislation. Me personally, it eases my mind when it comes to accountability and the ethical matters of having a kind of sort of independent committee to kind of reevaluate our compensation or analyze the effects that this bill will have if it is passed. So I think it's a really good compromise, and it really eases, and it will help ease the minds of folks in here who still feel more impartial about this bill. And so, yeah, that's all I got.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, is there further debate in the negative on the amendment? Debate in the positive on the amendment. And Chair Long.
I just wanted to bring it up from an author and committee perspective. This was something that was brought up during committee as an oversight and a measure to guard against that. And when it came up, the amendment was voted down because of the lack of clarity on some of the procedures and stuff like that. This is what the majority of that committee, I believe, is looking for, and this really is a good compromise and oversight measure to make sure that there is that additional level of not having conflicts of interest. So, yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, is there debate in the negative on the amendment? Amy, is that a question or debate?
It's a question.
What's up?
And I may have missed it, but who is going to track all of this?
The Senate Operations Committee.
Okay.
The ad hoc committee would also be able to track this sort of thing as soon as they are created in a year. Seeing as that was debate, or is there any debate in the positive on the amendment? Oh, yes.
I'm going to be out of it, putting the commission.
Yes.
Who's going to select the members to be on this? Where's this coming from?
It says.
And how does that differ from how JCOP is?
So the committee is appointed by the speaker and then approved by Senate, is what it says in lines 171 through 173. So appointed and then selected. It does have to have an advisor, as it says in 161, or a staff or faculty advisor. And then 2 of the members have to be not eligible to serve in the next term that they're deciding compensation for.
Is there any, can I follow up?
Yes.
So is there any like specific genetic makeup to have like non legislative people to be a part of this?
Not that is established in section 9.
Cool.
Is there further debate on the amendment itself? Senator O'Malley.
Just a question.
Yes.
Why not make every member not be eligible to serve in the next term? Different members?
Chair Cuesta. I think that, like, we can hear from the member, but I think that one thing would be that it is not easy to predict how large the senior class will be.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's going to be difficult to project not only the size of the senior class, but people who are interested. And that's why we say at least 2 members not eligible to serve, not only 2 members. So we can have more than that as we see fit. So,
is that a question, Senator Shirkey? Yes.
Why not simply state that, so, we're worried about the size of the senior class because this committee has a minimum of 5 members and a staff or faculty. Why not just remove the minimum membership requirement and just say all, uneligible seniors shall serve? I mean, surely we haven't ever run out of outgoing seats.
To answer your question, it is difficult to get, as someone who appoints people to committees, it is difficult to get people to serve on an extra committee on top of their committee and Senate requirements. So I think that the intent of this, the way that it is worded, is to have individuals and to ensure that there are individuals that are ineligible to serve to the best of the ability of the people appointing those members. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, we will move into a hand vote on amendment adoption. All those in favor of adopting this amendment, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Okay, that will stand approved. We will now go on to debating on the bill as amended. What were we on? Now seeking speeches in the positive. Senator Saya.
So I've had a lot of time to think about what I wanted to say while I was up here. A lot of arguments as I was walking around the apartment, and a lot of arguments while I was in the shower, if you know what I mean. what I realized is that I believe two things about this debate. Number one is that students need students. I come up here tonight to show you the declining trend of student involvement in Senate because I feel like that is maybe the most serious threat we face as an organization, that our light here is dimming. Students need students to represent them. You know, we had conversations earlier about how Cat's Cupboard might be related to this, but if we want to talk about Cat's Cupboard, let's think about the fact that Cat's Cupboard came to us for funding because they knew that students would give them a chance. Happy or not with the package that's on the floor tonight, students prioritize other students. We need people in this room to continue to make student decisions, and the trends that I showed you tonight are something I ultimately am just not comfortable with. You know, I hear from other students. I was talking to a student on Monday who was in the College of Health and Human Sciences and had been offered a seat. I was as much of a fan of anybody as my sister, having the only seat in that college. But naturally, I encouraged this student to run or to accept her seat because I thought it would be good. We needed more representation. And what she told me is that she couldn't do that because she has work on Thursdays, because her shifts are on Thursday evenings, and she can't spend 4 hours every week for free. I think that's the crux of this debate. We ask why SGA is the way that it is, why the culture is so homogenous, why only affluent people participate in this organization. The answer is very simple, that only certain people are able to commit this many hours a week and get nothing in exchange. That's what we need to fix in this organization. The second thing I believe is that we have to act. We know what the data says. We know what the data says about declining enrollment in this organization. We know that it has nothing to do with students knowing about SGA. This was the highest turnout year we've had in 5 years, and even still, we had a very small number of students file for Senate. We also know that students value parking passes. I first asked this group, and they said they wanted parking passes the most. Senator Heseltine asked students outside of the organization what they valued most.
Try not to refer to other members.
And it found parking passes yet again. I don't get it. I don't drive. I wouldn't value a parking pass. But it is clear. The evidence says most students do value parking passes. This is an issue that people everywhere face. The governor actually proposed a raise for state employees because we need good people to do work for the state. The package by the legislature was a great example. They raised their own pay because we need good public servants to do this work. I think it's ultimately a shame that so many of these seats that decide so many important things for students are totally uncompetitive. I absolutely agree that we should be spending student dollars with the most amount of diligence possible. That cannot happen if over half of students at this university don't have a choice of who they elect to this body. I believe that we have to recognize the extreme cost that this body poses to students. I think students should be given an opportunity to participate in this organization regardless of their financial position. And that's why I'm voting yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? Emerging Leaders Coordinator Glanville. Or Emergent Leader Glanville. Sorry.
I understand that we're all here for a reason. We want to serve. We want to be people that other students in our body can look up to. However, is this necessarily the way we should go about it? If we're here, yes, compensation is nice for things, but we should be here doing it out of the goodness of our heart, not because we believe that we should have parking. Another issue I do have with this, and it is because I do work in the parking services office, a question I pose to you all to think of, there are only certain things we can do. Say a senator lives in the residence halls. We can't do certain overlays if they have a residence hall pass. If they have an off-campus pass, we can't do certain overlays. So that's one thing we do have to look at. Everybody has different living situations. So the pass that they have already possibly purchased may not align with this. And just one thing that I believe should happen is there are other people in our bodies as SGA members who do not get compensation and do just as much work, if not more, than what we as senators are here to do. So if we get compensation, there are others in our body that should also receive compensation for the hard work they do for our body. And I'd like to leave you with this analogy. I am a marching band member. I choose to do marching band. I do it because I enjoy being a part of the organization. I enjoy being a member. And I am there to serve the Wildcat family. We perform at football games, basketball games, but we're there not getting compensated. We work multiple hours a week. I would liken it to the amount of work that a senator does in a week, and are not compensated for that. Sometimes we're even paying to be there. It is a class. We sometimes have to pay for credit, especially as music ed or music performance majors. That's one class that they have to take. They have to pay to be there. They're giving up their weekends. They're giving up their weeknights to be there. So if you want to be there, you want to be there. Compensation shouldn't be a part of it, retention or not. If people want to be here, they want to be here. If they're just here for a parking pass, then we have bigger problems. Thank you.
Senator Strunk.
I move to call for the previous question. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to call for the previous question. This would mean that we are done with debate and we go on to voting on the legislation itself. All those in favor, please raise your placard now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign.
Division.
Okay, so all those in favor of calling the previous question, please raise your placard, proxies raised 2, and leave them up. I'm going to count. Oh, yeah, the yeses have it. More people raised their hand the second time than they did the first time. So we are now going to go into a roll call vote on the bill.
All right. Bellamy.
Yes.
Biggs. Blood.
Yes by proxy.
Broughton.
Yep.
Bruckner.
Pass.
Koch.
Yes.
Compton.
Pass.
Cuesta.
Yes.
Cup.
Yes.
Dennis.
Yes.
Drotz. Dunce.
Yes by proxy.
Fogel.
No.
Glasscock.
Yes.
Griffith.
Yes.
Haynes.
Yes.
Heatherman. Hesseltine.
Yes.
Hoffmans. Hulse. Hundley.
Pass.
Jacobson.
No.
Kirchen.
No.
Kidd.
No.
Kermer.
Pass.
Kinsey.
Yes by proxy.
Lee.
Pass.
Lilly.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Lynn.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
Melcher.
Yes.
Moore. O'Malley.
No.
Outry.
No.
Pelton. Peterson.
Yes by proxy.
Rios.
No by proxy.
Rivard.
Yes by proxy.
Rogers.
No.
Syatt Carly.
Yes.
Syatt Nick.
Yes.
Salmon.
Abstain by proxy.
Shirky,
No.
Strickland, Strunk,
Yes.
West,
No.
Winger, Wolf,
No.
Zach, go.
Yes.
Go and put. Getting. Here, give me just a second. I'm getting in Zoom votes really fast, and then I'll go back to passes. Okay. Compton,
Yes.
Kermer,
Abstain.
and Lee.
Abstain.
Senator Bruckner?
My vote was passed the first time.
Sorry. Bruckner. No. And Hundley.
No.
Yeah. Bill 232481 will pass on a vote of 27 to 13 to 3.
Okay, we will now go on to Bill 232482, amendments to the KSUSGA statutes regarding the travel funding limit. Will the author please come forward? Have any changes been made?
No, there haven't been no changes made.
You have first rights to debate.
All right, guys. Well, I don't know how to follow that one up, but we're going to try with something that I think is also important. So, of course, increasing the SAC travel funding limit from $100 to $150. Of course, that limit was set in 2004. There's been, of course, as you all know, plenty of inflation. Actually, I'm pretty sure this limit could have been passed before I was born, so it's a little outdated. So, anyways, yep. Thanks.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there debate in the negative? Senator Griffith.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment.
Okay, state that amendment. Will you pull that up?
I'll wait until it's pulled up so y'all can see it.
Okay, guys, now that we have that pulled up, state that amendment.
Ethan, that's the wrong
That is the wrong document.
Here we go. It adds a whereas clause right before the last one, which says an increase to $170 per person up to a 1,700 total surpasses the progression of inflation that necessitated the increase. And then in all sections where it says $150 increases to $170 and 1,500 is changed to 1,700.
Okay, can you state the reason for the amendment without debating the positive?
The reason I decided to push this is because an increase of 150 doesn't actually fully catch up to inflation. And so 170 not only fully catches up to inflation, but goes past it while keeping it a nice round number that makes multiplication easy, while also still allowing for the committee to decide they don't want to go 170. They could do 150 per person still.
Okay, we will now vote on whether or not to consider this amendment. Before going into debate on the amendment itself, All those in favor of considering the amendment, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. I'm going to say that passes. You have first rights to debate.
Wonderful. So, like I said, this reason was because the increase was only up to $150. Whereas earlier it states that the value of $100 in 2004 is now worth $166.53 in 2024. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be cruel and say that we increased the maximum to $166.53 up to a maximum of $1,665.30 because I'm not cruel. Instead, an increase to $170 per person allows for the committee to have fully caught up to inflation and gives, hopefully, another few years of wiggle room. And 170 is still a nice round number that can be easily multiplied for the purposes of sending this and will not provide such a negative burden on the committee as to prevent it to do its actions. So please vote yes to consider the amendment and then vote yes on the bill because it's a good bill.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, is there debate in the negative? Chair Cuesta.
So sorry, guys, for making things difficult, but one of the things that the committee talked about, this is the change to increase from $100 per person up to $1,000 for travel allocations, is a conversation that we've been having for several weeks, I guess, in committee, and we finally concluded our decision, I guess, last Sunday. And so the reason that we came to the $150 per person is because the committee recognizes that we probably need an increase in funds, but we also recognize that we have a restricted budget. We only have around $39,000 to allocate, and under the model of $100 per person up to $1,000, we've already gone over budget and had to pull $10,000 from reserves. Something that the committee expressly stated their disinterest in was not being able to fund as many organizations, and so just continuing to increase the limit will just further, I would say, hamper our ability to spread out the love when it comes to the allocations that we actually provide organizations. And so I would stand with my committee's decision and stay at the $150 per person up to $1,500 because I think the committee knows what's best because they're the ones that have been allocating the money all semester, and I think that you should agree with them. So I would encourage voting no on the amendment.
Seeing as that was debate, Chair Cuesta, your placard. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the amendment, is there further debate in the positive on the amendment? Further debate in the negative on the amendment. Is there any further debate at all on the amendment? Seeing none, we will go into a hand vote. All those in favor of adopting this amendment, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. This amendment will fail. We will go back into debating on the bill itself. Is there any debate in the negative on the bill itself? Further debate in the positive. Chair Long.
You've heard my voice enough tonight, so I'll keep this quick and simple. We've been talking about this since I was TAC chair, travel allocations chair, which doesn't exist anymore, 3 or 2, 3, whatever years ago now. The idea that this limit was set, as the previous speaker said, in 2004. How many of us were like less than 1 year old? But he's part of the room. Now, here's the issue. When I took over TAC,
guys, please pay attention.
I thought you were saying I was done and should sit down. It was not widely regarded as a committee you wanted to be on. That's all it did was see allocations and say, yes, we like it, and effectively rubber stamp the process. And nobody likes to be on a committee or group. They don't feel like they have agency in the decision. Raising this to 150 will give the committee agency in the decision to say, yes, we like the allocation, but how much money do we want to give it? Not just, yes, we like it, $100. This gives the committee power, choice, and decision, and makes them more impactful as well. Oh, yes.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, is there a debate in the negative on the bill? Further debate in the positive? And is there any further debate at all? Seeing none, we will move into a roll call vote.
Bellamy.
Yes.
Biggs. Blood.
Yes by proxy.
Broughton.
Yup.
Bruckner.
Yes.
Koch.
Yes, sorry.
Compton.
Yes.
Questa.
Yes.
Cup.
Yes.
Dennis.
Yes.
Drops. Dunce. Fogel.
Yes.
Glasscock.
Yes.
Griffith.
Yes.
Haynes.
Yes.
Heatherman.
Yes.
Hesseltine. Hoffmans. Hulse. Hundley.
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Kirchen. Kidd.
Yes.
Kermer.
Yes.
Kinsey.
Yes, by proxy.
Lee.
Yes.
Lilly.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Lynn.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
Melcher.
Yes by proxy.
Moore. O'Malley.
Yes.
Oury.
Yes.
Pelton. Peterson.
Yes by proxy.
Rios. Rivard.
Yes by proxy.
Rogers.
Yeah.
Syatt Carly.
Yes.
Syatt Nick.
Yes.
Salmon. Shirky.
Yes.
Streetman. Strunk.
Yes.
Sushanik. West. Winger. Wolf.
Yes.
And Zacco.
Yes.
Bill 232482 will pass on a vote of 38 to 0 to 0.
Senator Griffith.
I move to recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to recess for 5 minutes. We will be back at 10:32, 10:33, 10:33. I was right to see it. I know. I can't believe they were all like, I'm taking the under on 10:30. Yeah. I just written more bills than this day. I was about to text my friend. I actually but I checked his Discord. Oh, yeah. He's Unless somebody's like, no, I don't want anybody to know. It's not impressive. Let's go to bed. Well, he just stays in his office. He's yeah. So he's like actually there with training. So Jay, are you planning on applying for any executive position? I'm fine. I wouldn't go to one time. Yeah. How are you feeling, Marcus?
I'm fine. How are you?
That is what.
Let me tell you something.
That is literally
The oversight committee is that I think it needs somebody to run it who is passionate about something.
Like honestly, it would be a better idea to just like during your turn, pick one of the roles and just focus really hard on that. Right. Like if you never all of the been done in your turn, that would be like that would.
Part of the reason that I think that oversight and to some extent DEI has been unsuccessful is because we have relied on members to decide this is something that I'm passionate about, this is something that I want to do. I don't think that is sustainable in the way that our body runs as it is. I think what I did with DEI was I found the thing that I cared about, and I said, this is what you guys are doing, because like this is what I care about, that's why I have the accessibility. And like, I don't want to go to my own board, but I think the DEI has more results this year than we ever have. Yeah. And so I think that having somebody in a chair position is saying like, this is what I care about, and if nobody else has anything that they care about, let's focus on this thing. I think that having somebody who's really passionate about something driving that makes us more successful. You're probably just gonna study. Where's Brady? Brady! We're back. Hey, Brady! Where's he? You got it. Garlic
But you're leaving your room. Yeah, I got you. Get out of this cover.
I certainly don't know anybody who's been like, yes, I am running.
Yeah.
And nobody who's like, so it might end up being somebody. Well, in some cases,
Fun times. We need to just all agree. Well,
And we're back. Now that we've exhausted final action, we are moving into introduction of allocations. Is there a motion to consider the allocations? Senator Griffith.
I move to consider the allocations.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to introduce the allocations. The first is to the Men's Lacrosse Club. They requested $5,484.79. They were recommended $5,485. Next is to, the next three are to creative arts therapy students. The first was a request for $200, a recommendation for $200, Bill 85 and 86 and 87 are all requests for $200 and recommendations for $200. Bill 88 is to The International Interior Design Association, they requested $2,056 and a recommended $600. Bill 68 is introduction. So we are now moving into introduction of legislation. First up, we have Resolution 232468. Is there a motion to consider? Chair Cuesta.
I move to consider Resolution 68.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Will the author please come forward?
All right, Resolution 68, allocation of student general surplus funds for Cats Covered. Author myself, sponsor Student Service Fee Committee. Whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSUSGA, is charged with the responsible allocation of the student services fee. Whereas the student services fee currently has a budget of approximately $14.1 million to be dispersed to various entities on campus. Whereas the Student Services Fee Committee is committed to the financial well-being of the student services fee and maximizing the value provided to students. Whereas KSUSGA has begun to reallocate financial resources to prioritize student health and well-being. Whereas Cats Covered was originally founded in 2017 with a student-centered tuition enhancement allocation. Whereas Cats Covered officially began operating in an 8,000 square foot space on Denison Avenue in August 2023. Whereas this renovation and expansion was made possible by an approximately $3 million donation from a private donor, of which approximately $100,000 remains. Whereas since this move, average visits monthly visits to Cats Covered have nearly tripled to more than 3,400 visits per month. Whereas, due to increased facility costs and increased demand, Cats Covered's monthly operating costs have nearly doubled. Whereas, Cats Covered's projected yearly operating budget is as follows. Staff, the three full-time employees and student wages at $257,000, facility lease at $50K, operating expenses of $76,000, food inventory of $150,000, and food vouchers of $20,000, for a total of $553,000 operating budget. Whereas Cats Covered currently operates primarily through philanthropic donations and remaining dollars from previous fundraising campaigns. Whereas Cats Covered's permanent, hard sources of funding total $200,000. Should add approximately there. Whereas, at the current level of service and with no change in demand in funding, Cats Covered will need to dramatically scale back operation in December 2024 due to depleted philanthropic accounts. Whereas, the Kansas State University Foundation is committed to a matching campaign for annual student contributions up to $150K. Whereas, on February 26, 2024, the Student Services Fee Committee heard the proposal of Cats Covered for their addition on the Student Services Fee budget in the amount of $150,000 alongside a commensurate fee increase. Whereas, the Student Services Fee Committee holds that Cats Covered is an extremely valuable service to KSU students and wishes to support them. Whereas, the Student Services Fee Committee believes that there is currently insufficient data to support a fee increase and inclusion of Cats Covered on the Student Services Fee budget. Whereas, the Student Services Fee Committee feels that data garnered from a full year of operation of the Denison Avenue location will offer definitive proof of Cats Covered's budgetary needs. Whereas, the Student Services Fee Committee believes that a one-time allocation is currently the best method to show support, assist students, and maintain fiscal responsibility. Whereas the General Surplus Reserve account currently has a usable balance of $2.7 million and will increase by approximately $700,000 beginning of FY25. Whereas on February 27, 2024, the Student Service Fee Committee voted 5-4-0 in favor of a $75,000 one-time allocation to Cats Covered. Whereas the 2023-2024 term Student Service Fee Committee believes that Cats Covered should be examined again at the beginning of the 2025 spring semester for a possible addition to the Student Services Fee budget and potential fee increase. And whereas a one-time allocation to Cats Covered will significantly enhance their operation and provide data to KSUSJ on a potential future yearly allocation or fee increase. Be it enacted that Section 1, Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSUSJ, recommends and approves that $75,000 be allocated from the general surplus account to the following entities for the following projects. FY25, Cats Covered, they requested $150, we are recommending $75,000. Section 2, monies not utilized by the end of the specified fiscal year shall be transferred back to the general surplus account. Section 3, Resolution 23-2468 becomes effective upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the Student Body President.
Are there questions for the author? Or corrections? What line was the approximately on?
The donation, the $3 million, it's approximately $3 million. It might be the exact amount, but I don't know that for a fact. There was also something else in here I wanted to say. What was it?
26, we're adding an approximately before $3 million. Oh, there already is an approximately.
Did I just not read it? No, that wasn't right. Sorry, line 48. Funding total is approximately $200,000. That's what it was.
Are there questions or corrections for the author?
Come on, grill me, guys.
Coordinator Hoffman.
On the line 48, I feel like it's a little misleading saying that they have hard sources of funding for a total 200,000 because they do have 150,000, but they don't get another $50,000 endowment until 2026. So I just feel like
That is the information they provided us in that proposal. The one table that says hard funding totals $200,000.
I think my point still stands.
We can talk about it in committee, but if they're going to interpret it as hard funding, I don't see why we shouldn't.
Senator Shirkey.
That's simply not what they provided to the Student Services Fees Committee. They specifically said they had one source of $110,000 that was available for fiscal year 2025. Then they also had another $40,000. That's all.
This is not a question.
No, it's not. It's a
Senator Griffith.
How did you come to the number of $75,000? Why did you decide it to be a one-time allocation? And how?
Can you ask one question at a time, please?
Why did you come to $75,000?
Okay,
Thank you.
this goes back to the idea of the long-term goal of Student Services Fee Committee is for CATS cover to be sustainable on the student services fee with a fee increase, and for the committee to be comfortable making those decisions. So the one-time allocation purpose is to get to that point. To that end, what they are requesting from us is $150,000 for their long-term, what their long-term need is. The best way the Student Services Fee Committee can be prepared and comfortable to do such a thing is to have proven need of $150K. $75,000 this year plus the foundations will do that $150, such that when they come around, and we've recommended that they be looked at again at the beginning of the next spring semester, they will have a definitive case for need for that amount of money. The reason that dollar amount was chosen was so they had the best case next time to argue for that fee increase and inclusion on the student service fee at the budget amount they need.
Senator Shirkey.
On line 43, we have a total projected budget. On line 48, we can see their known sources of funding. And when you do the math, it works out to a missing $353,000. Now, my question then is, do they have, based on this information, a proven need for $353,000?
I'm so glad you asked. Kathleen Hatch emailed me back at 8:33 p.m., which actually was 2 hours ago. It wasn't recently. They do not believe that they will be in a position to make many, if any, changes to operation. So the money and the $75,000 in the match will be able to, without extenuating circumstances, all that could happen, get them through the next year. So yes.
Point of information, they can't guarantee that it's in the email.
Of course not. I can't guarantee that COVID V2 won't happen next year.
Okay, let's maintain decorum. Senator Griffith, did you have further questions?
Through my communications with members on the committee, I was aware that this decision was contentious. Could you explain as to why that was?
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess it says legislation was a 5-4 vote. I broke the tie. I've broken 2 this year, which is crazy to think about. It feels wrong and it feels backwards to say that for the long-term benefit of this group and this entity, we should give them less money. Like that doesn't sound right, doesn't feel good. And I think that was part of the driving decision there. It is good to give students more money, to feed hungry students. That is a good thing to do. So I think there was the desire for the immediate need to give that money as compared to the majority vote, which was for a long-term benefit.
Senator Griffith, follow-up.
Were there other suggestions for other one-time allocations of a higher dollar amount?
Yes, there was a one lower $55,000, $75,000 one that ended up happening. There was 110, which relates to that EOF allocation, the desire to have that match potentially, and there was the 150.
Granted.
If in committee or in final action next week it was decided to increase the budget, at what number would a increase to the student services fee be necessary?
That question doesn't quite have logic to it. We can increase this allocation in no way touches the fee. This is from reserve dollars. We could, in theory, give $3.5 million to Cats Covered, and it would not change the fee amount. If that makes, or necessitate one. The addition of $150,000 to the budget would absolutely, for financial responsibility, in my opinion, need a fee increase.
Are there further questions or corrections for the author?
Time for questions has expired.
Thank you. Chair Cuesta?
I move to consider Resolution 69.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Will the author please come forward?
Hello. Could I please summarize?
Senator Compton.
I move to allow the author to summarize.
Second. You're good.
You are allowed to summarize.
Perfect. Whereas Kansas State University Student Governing Association Tuition Enhancements Committee is charged with the responsibility of evaluating SCTE proposals. The SCTE Fund provides funding for programs that enhance student experience at K-State and seed money for the creation and implementation of new programs and initiatives. The estimated SCTE budget for fiscal year FY 2025 totals to $465,460. Tech considers 13 proposals for FY 2025. All groups were provided ample opportunity to submit requests for FY 25. The SCTE proposals have been reviewed thoroughly, and all applicants were given the supplementary opportunity to present to the Tuition Enhancements Committee, and the following organizations have met all the guidelines established. The committee has heard 7 new repeat funding proposals, so that means that they have received funding for at least 1 year on SCTE within our 4-year limit, and we heard 6 new funding proposals. We funded most of these proposals in 4, and we funded 3 of these proposals at $0. We allocated the full amount that we are allowed to allocate, and we were requested about twice as much as we are able to allocate.
Are there questions or corrections for the author? I have a question. Can you quickly go over the entities that received $0 in funding and explain why the committee chose to do that?
Yes, the 3 different things that receive $0 of funding have 3 distinct different reasons for that logic. Starting with number 10 under the new funding proposals for the Military Affiliated Resource Center location change, also known as MARC. They are currently located in the Student Union above part of the SPY offices. They requested funding to move into what is currently the Cat's Paws Lounge. Part of the reason why the committee did not see fit to fund this was because they had already purchased some furniture for this space within a fiscal year that has already ended and was not the fiscal year that they were requesting funding for. And they did not see fit to fund any further renovation bills on campus. And then for the foodscapes at K-State, their proposal was very vague, and unfortunately our presenter for that was unable to make it on the day of her presentation. She unfortunately selected the very last time and the very last date of presentations, leaving no room to reschedule her before we had to make our final decisions, and there were too many unanswered and vague questions about the proposal as a whole. The Nichols Hall renovation follows suit with the MARC application, where the committee did not see fit to fund the Nichols Hall renovation, especially given its proximity to the Calvin Hall renovations, and those buildings being very close together, and we felt that it would only help a very limited number of students.
Thank you. Are there further questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, we have Resolution 232470, recommendation to Kansas State University regarding graduation regalia. Is there a motion to consider? Senator Glasscock.
We consider Resolution 70.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Will the author please come forward?
Thanks. Never thought I'd be up here at 11 o'clock at night, but here we are. Okay, Resolution 23-2470, recommendation to Kansas State University regarding graduation regalia. Authors Allie Wolf, sponsors Carson S. Cuesta, and the College of Business Admin Caucus. Whereas Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSU SGA, members put a lot of time, work, and dedication to the student body at Kansas State University. Whereas this work oftentimes goes unnoticed by members of the student body at Kansas State University. Whereas the work members of KSU SGA do should be valued by their peers, family, admin, and faculty at Kansas State University, whereas committed members of KSU SGA should be able to be recognized for their service to the student body and their respective college, and whereas an easy way to acknowledge the accomplishments of students is by and having wearing honor cords at Kansas State University commencement, be it resolved that Section 1, the Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSU SGA, believes the members who have completed 2 years of service in KSU SGA shall be recognized with an honor cord at their commencement ceremony that recognizes their work in SGA. Section 2, upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the student body president, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to Kansas State University Campus Store Manager Mike McCarty, Interim Provost and Executive Vice President Dr. Debbie Mercer, Vice President for Student Success and Academic Affairs and Dean of Students Dr. Thomas Lane, Senior Vice President for Executive Affairs, University Engagement and Partnerships, and Chief of Staff Dr. Marshall Stewart, and University President Dr. Richard H. Linton.
Questions or corrections for the author, Cox Leader Kidd?
Yeah, this legislation's great. Have you already talked to the registrar's office about this at all?
No, not really.
Senator Rogers.
Apologies if this was mentioned, but will May 2024 graduates be able to wear this, or would it be too soon?
I mean, I would hope so.
Okay.
Senator Zacko.
What color do you propose that these honor cords are?
Well, the KSU SGA logo is like gold, purple, and white, so I would assume that.
Cox Leader Kidd.
So then two questions, I guess. One, would the graduating senator themselves pay for this?
Yeah, so like in other Greek life affiliated organizations or just any other organization, you pretty much like have outlier people and you go to like that Greek life shop or whatever and you just like pay them and they're like $15.
Senator Bellamy.
Never mind.
Senator Glasscock.
On the left end, oftentimes being one word, and then on line 33, crossing out and.
Cox Leader Kidd.
Sorry, that Carson had a question. So this relates to my question about talking to the registrar's office. Are you familiar with the process for getting regalia approved?
No. Love it.
Further questions or corrections? Seeing none, thank you.
Here's your
Next up, we have Resolution 23-2471, Resolution to the Financial Futures Initiative. Do I have a motion to consider? Senator Glasscock.
Super Resolution 71. Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Will the author please come forward?
I almost thought somebody wasn't going to consider it, and this is my first piece of legislation, so I got scared. I know, it's a 9 of first. It's a 9 of first. Okay. Have there been any changes? Yes, actually.
Well, it's an introduction, so this is our first time seeing this piece of legislation.
My bad. Thank you.
Totally fine.
Okay, I just read it, right? Okay.
Yep, you just read it.
All right, so Resolution 23-2471, Resolution for the Financial Futures Initiative, authors Gabriel Roberts, Jacob Mason, and Jacob Brown, sponsors Jody Koss, Stacy LeWillier, Brady Kappelman, RJ Salmon, Marcus Kidd, and Charles Quincy. Whereas one of the primary objectives of Kansas State University is to equip students with the knowledge, skills, and credentials necessary to attain profitable careers, but rarely address the financial challenges that accompany that future. Whereas in 2009, the Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSUSGA, formally recognized this issue and dedicated student-centered tuition enhancement, SCTE, funding for the improvement of personal financial services at Kansas State University. Whereas this 4-year financial commitment by KSUSGA led to the establishment and initial funding of PowerCat Financial, the first collegiate peer-to-peer financial education program in the state of Kansas. Whereas PowerCat Financial has become a self-sustained program dedicated to assisting students with budgeting, saving, and post-graduation financial planning, which indirectly contributes to improved enrollment, retention, and success at Kansas State University. Whereas Kansas State University has since launched the Financial Futures Initiative, which consists of PowerCat Financial, faculty consultants, and the Financial Wellbeing Ambassadors. Whereas our faculty consultants design and advocate for the university-wide implementation of personal financial education in the classroom, dedicating themselves to providing students, regardless of department, comprehensive and applicable coursework related to their financial futures. And whereas the Financial Wellbeing Ambassadors are a campus-wide network of student volunteers dedicated to increasing student success to financial resources, or increasing student access to financial resources through advocacy and education. Be it resolved that Section 1, the Student Governing Association acknowledges the importance of each student's financial well-being and recommends that the administration and faculty of Kansas State University support, through collaboration, acclamation, and the allocation of resources, the objectives of the Financial Futures Initiative. Section 2. Upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the Student Body President, a copy of this legislation will be sent to Kansas State University President Dr. Richard H. Litton, Vice President for Administration and Finance Ethan Erickson, Vice President for Academic Success and Student Affairs and Dean of Students Dr. Thomas Lane, Director of Student Financial Assistance Robert Gamis, Assistant Vice President for University and Shared Services Budget Planning Rebecca Zecha, Dean of the College of Agriculture and Director of K-State Research and Extension, Dr. Ernie Minton, Dean of the College of Architecture, Planning, and Design, Michael McClure, Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Christopher Culbertson, Dean of the College of Business Administration, Dr. Kevin Gwinner, Interim Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Todd Goodson, Dean of the Carl R. Ice College of Engineering, Dr. Matthew O'Keefe, Interim Dean of the College of Health and Human Sciences, Dr. Brad Binka, Dean and CEO of K-State Olathe, Dr. Ben Wolf, Dean and CEO of K-State Salina, Dr. Alicia Starkey, Director of Fraternity and Sorority Life D. Hawks, and Director of Student Programs and Involvement, Sarah Hyman.
Are there questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, we have Bill 232489, amendments to the KSU-SGA bylaws regarding the addition of the UPC president to cabinet. Chair Cuesta.
I move to reconsider Bill 89. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. You have first rights. Or, we're not on debate. Will the author please come forward?
You will.
All right, amendments to the KSU-SGA bylaws regarding the addition of the UPC president to cabinet. Authors Caleb Stout and Bentley J. Talbert. Sponsors Jessica, Jake, and Delaney. Whereas Kansas State University Student Governing Association regularly makes changes to the governing docs to keep up with long-term needs. Whereas UPC president fosters campus vibrancy and inclusivity through diverse events. Whereas their insights reflect student interests and perspectives, whereas integrating the UPC president into the student body president's cabinet promotes cohesive decision-making, whereas this integration enhances transparency and aligns programming with broader student government goals, and whereas the UPC president's expertise enriches policy development and implementation. Be it resolved that Section 1, Article 3, Section 7.0 of the KSU-SGA bylaws and the addition of Article 3, Section 7P of the KSU-SGA bylaws shall be amended to read as follows. The president of the Union Programming Council, UPC, or their appointed representative chosen in consultation with the student body president and vice president. The duties of the UPC president or designee shall include represent the interests and concerns of the UPC, provide a report at each cabinet meeting regarding the UPC's activities. Such other appointed officers as determined by the student body president. Section 2, this legislation shall take effect upon passage of Student Senate and signature of the student body president.
Are there questions or corrections for the author? Senator Griffith.
On line 27, it should be Article 4 instead of Article 3. Article 3 is the section that says all of the what the branches are.
Thank you.
Senator Dennis.
So would the president of UPC upon election also be chosen by student body president and student body VP?
So the way it would work is it's kind of like some of our other liaison positions, like K-State Salina, where they're chosen by the Salina student body, and then they are just kind of automatically there. We would work with them if they wanted to send someone in their stead. That's where we could like come in.
Madam Speaker, follow-up?
Granted.
Have you spoken to Caitlin McCourt or Ashley Elliott about this?
I've not.
Senator Griffith.
Actually, my prior correction needs a correction. Chair Longcare fooled me by opening the wrong governing document.
So is it 3?
Yes, it is 3.
Okay. Director Talbert.
Who's Delaney Mitchell and the sponsors?
She's the UPC president.
Further questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, we have Bill 232490, amendments to the KSU SGA bylaws regarding the Elections Commissioner and the Senate Operations Committee. Is there a motion to consider? Senator Strunk.
I move to consider Bill 90.
It has been moved and seconded. Will the author please come forward?
Bill 232490, amendments to the KSU SGA bylaws regarding the Elections Commissioner and the Senate Operations Committee. Author Vivian Griffith. Whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association should continue to revise its governing documents. Whereas the Senate Operations Committee is charged with the responsibility of overseeing KSU SGA elections. Whereas the Elections Commissioner is charged with carrying out the SGA elections. Whereas bills involving the SGA elections would benefit from both the Elections Commissioner and the Senate Operations Committee providing feedback. Whereas the Senate Executive Committee is the only available place currently to receive this feedback. Whereas the chair of the Senate Operations Committee is present at all meetings of the Senate Executive Committee and must speak for all of its members. Whereas there is no mention in the bylaws for the process of initiatives, referenda, and plebiscites. Whereas initiatives, referenda, and plebiscites involve the election process. Whereas elections are required for the successful operation of the Student Senate. And whereas the Elections Commissioner present and meetings of the Senate Operations Committee will ensure that all facets of the election process are managed with the necessary discretion that they require. Be it enacted that Article 1, Section 2 of the KSU SGA bylaws be amended to read as follows. Section 3, the Election Commissioner shall be charged with the carrying out of the KSU SGA elections, carrying all provisions of the Elections Regulation Code, writing a report for recommendations for the Senate Operations Standing Committee concerning revisions to the Elections Regulation Codes, and taking necessary action regarding initiatives, referenda, and plebiscites. Section E, in the event of resignation, removal from office, or the permanent inability of the Elections Commissioner to discharge their duties as Elections Commissioner, the Speaker of the Student Senate, the Student Body President, and the Attorney General will appoint a new Elections Commissioner within 48 hours of notice with the approval of Student Senate. New Section G, the Elections Commissioner shall serve as a voting member on the Senate Operations Committee, Standing Committee. Section 2, Article 4, Section 11.H of the KSU SGA bylaw shall be amended to read as follows. H, Senate Operations Standing Committee shall have the responsibility of overseeing KSU SGA elections as prescribed in Article 1, Student Senate legislation, initiation of impeachment or expulsion consideration, and the passage of initiatives, referenda, and plebiscites. June 1, Senate Operations Standing Committee shall consist of a minimum of 8 voting members and the Senate Operations Standing Committee chair, who shall vote only to break a tie. Membership. Section B, the Student Senate parliamentarian and the SGA Elections Commissioner who shall have voting rights and privileges in the committee. D, paragraph I. All legislation must be submitted by midnight the night prior to the Senate Operations Standing Committee being called to order, to be considered for the next Student Senate, meeting called by the Speaker of the Student Senate or Student Body President. New Section F. Manage the process of enacting initiatives, referenda, and plebiscites. Paragraph I. All bills calling for an initiative, referendum, or plebiscite shall be referred to the Senate Operations Committee. 2. II. Should the Speaker of the Student Senate receive an initiative petition with the required signatures, and they will pass it on to the Senate Operations Committee chair, who shall be responsible for turning the initiative into passable legislation to then be proposed at the next meeting of the Student Senate, of which they will be considered an author along with KSU SGA et al. III.
Senate Operations Standing Committee will keep track of all initiatives, referenda, and plebiscites passed during their term and will add the results to the KSU SGA statutes upon the conclusion of the term. Section 3, this legislation will take effect upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the Student Body President.
Questions or corrections for the author? Chair Long.
Line 125 and 26, do we somewhere else specify that needs to be midnight prior? Purview of the committee being alignment, why are we changing 3 hours to midnight?
Because that is already what is being done by the current Senate Operations Committee, and it's actually, this one was written independent from the Government Doctrines Revision, and that changes in that bill as well.
Okay. It's 11 o'clock at night, sorry.
Further questions or corrections for the author? Coordinator Hoffman.
Can you explain what that P word means?
Plebiscite?
Yeah.
In the Constitution, there is a section for a plebiscite in which a bill is presented to the Student Senate, which essentially says that we want to call a plebiscite, which is essentially a poll of public opinion. It is then passed, if it is introduced, it has a section where it'll say, it has a little blurb of explaining what the plebiscite is, upon which it has one or multiple questions that will be posed and then the answers that can be positioned. If passed, it will then be either held at a special election held 4 weeks from the date of the passage of the legislation, or to be held at the next SGA election if it is permitted. It is considered the official representation of student opinion on an issue. The last time one of these was done was in 2002. I wasn't even alive then.
Senator O'Malley.
Well, my apologies if I'm misunderstanding something, but do you think could it all be kind of a deterrent to make whoever serves as the elections commissioner attend yet another meeting?
I don't really, considering how the Senate Operations Committee has been run during my time on it and in the past, I do not believe that would be so necessary, but if the Elections Commission would like to answer that question, I will defer to them.
Not speaking literally on the legislation, I do get paid for time that I spend, so it doesn't really matter.
Chair Broughton.
This may be a question of privilege. Is the current elections commission, or not the current one, but does the elections commissioner, is that an independent position?
Yes.
And after this, it would become a legislative position, or does this not change anything?
Still an independent position, just one that sits on this committee.
Can I answer that? Yeah. Initially, I considered having them as an ex officio member, but Chair Blood convinced me otherwise because there's no other ex officio member on the Senate Operations Committee, so we both didn't see a reason why there should be one.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, we have Bill 232491, amendments to the KSU SGA Constitution regarding the Student Senate Parliamentarian. Senator Zaya.
I would consider Bill 91 and 92 the same time. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to consider 91 and 92 consecutively. Are there any objections? Senator Lilly?
I move that the author be allowed to summarize. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to allow to summarize.
Oh, great. There are like 2 sentences. Whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association should regularly check its governing documents against current practice. Whereas the Student Senate Parliamentarian is intended to serve as a neutral resource on matters of procedure to the Speaker of the Student Senate. Whereas this resource is almost never utilized. Whereas the Student Senate Parliamentarian's modern role is focused on operating the technology necessary for Student Senate sessions. And whereas such a role does not justify the exclusion of the parliamentarian from elected offices of the Student Senate. So this just means we still have a parliamentarian, but they can be a senator, just like all of our committee chairs.
Are there questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Now that we've considered 91 and 92, Bill 2324-93, amendments to the KSU SGA Constitution to align governing docs. Their motion to consider. Chair Cuesta.
I move to consider Bill 93.
May the author please come forward. Senator O'Malley.
Move to allow the author to summarize.
I am still going to read just the changes, not everything, just so that people know what's going on. People have expressed that they don't, so I want to make sure that there's transparency. So Bill 2324-93, amendments to the KSU SGA Constitution to align governing documents. Authors Brian Blood and Carson S. Cuesta. Sponsors the Governing Document Realignment Committee. Whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSU SGA, should regularly check its governing documents against current practice. Whereas Bill 2324-26 empowered the Special Committee on Governing Document Realignment to make changes to KSU SGA governing documents regarding the removal or alteration of anticipated policies, updating section numbering, creating formatting consistencies, and clarifying vagueness and inconsistencies across documents. Whereas Bill 2324-68, amending the KSU SGA Constitution regarding double jeopardy, was referred to the Special Committee on Governing Document Realignment, and these recommended changes are included in this bill. And whereas these changes enable KSU SGA to strive for excellence in its practices in order to best support students and advance the next generation land-grant mission at KSU. Being enacted that Section 1, Article 2 of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association Constitution shall be amended to add the following section. Section 203, no person shall hold any office concurrently with the legislative, executive, or judicial branches of the KSU SGA unless specifically permitted in the KSU SGA Constitution or bylaws. Section 2, Article 3 of the KSU SGA Constitution shall be struck in its entirety with following articles renumbered as appropriate. Section 3, Article 4 of the KSU SGA Constitution shall be amended to read as follows. The first edit is Section 405, which strikes the language that the student body president and vice president shall not during the term of office hold any other office in KSU SGA. The next is eliminating the sections, as I talked about earlier, with having the vice president serve as the chair of EOF and SETE. Next, Section 409 strikes the language that no member of the executive branch shall concurrently hold offices with two or more branches of KSU SGA. And then also in Article 5, updating the language Vice President for Student Life to Dean of Students. All good there. All good there. A lot of documents here. In Section 507, adding the language that in Section A, assume that the duties of the Speaker Pro Tem are to assume the duties of the Speaker of the Student Senate upon the Speaker's removal, death, resignation, inability, or temporary absence, or at the Speaker's request. Section 510, crossing out language that no member of the legislative branch shall concurrently hold offices with two or more branches of KSU SGA unless specifically permitted under the KSU SGA Constitution. In Section 602, adding and striking language assisted by. And then in Section C, striking the language the appointment shall be subject to the approval of Student Senate. In Section D, adding the language about the powers of the Attorney General to include upon the removal, death, resignation, inability, or temporary absence, and striking the previous language. Section 605, removing the language no member of the judicial branch whose appointment is subject to the approval of Student Senate shall concurrently hold offices within two or more branches in SGA. And finally, getting rid of the term intern and swapping it for mentee, and then in Section 6, striking the language except in cases of violation of university rules, which is the double jeopardy clause. I would welcome any questions.
Questions or corrections for the author? Senator Griffith.
How come you moved the sections saying the student body president will do a State of the Association address into the Constitution from the bylaws?
I'm not aware that we moved it into the Constitution. I'm pretty sure it still is House in the bylaws, unless I'm wrong. Which section are you referring to?
Line 121 through 125. That is the same section that was in the bylaws, moved up to section L of the Constitution.
You are reading the Constitution right now.
You're right about that. You said 121. Missed it. I think that that's because I don't know. It is an executive function, and so it's something that is mandated. I don't know. I can't speak to the specific decision making at the time. I don't think I was there for that meeting. But next question.
Coordinator Navarro.
Hi. I was wondering, what's your reasoning behind, and it's 571, but it's in section 605 under judicial, about removing no member of the judicial branch whose appointment is subject, then etc.
Which line?
571.
571 to 573.
Nick, do you remember in committee why we struck the language in all, I believe all of the clauses for each branch, that no member of their branch whose appointment is subject to approval of student senate, whose offices concurrently hold with 2 or more branches, yada, yada, yada. Do you remember why we struck that?
Let me find the section, sorry. This is in the Constitution or the bylaws?
The Constitution.
Line 571?
Correct.
I think that clause is redundant. I think we say it earlier in the Constitution that no member may hold 2 offices.
And that's that's a general.
Yeah, that applies to everybody.
Okay.
Great.
They're putting it in Article 2.
Nick, do you have the spreadsheet pulled up?
I don't have it.
Okay.
Oh, is that it?
Are there further questions or corrections for the author? Senator Shirkey?
I was just gonna make sure we know, it is gonna be in Article 2, the whole no concurrent thing. That's the very first thing it does in the second one. And so then they have to strike it from everywhere else because we don't need it.
Further questions or corrections for the author on the Constitution? Seeing none, thank you. Senator Griffith.
I move to consider Bill 94.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Oh my God. Okay. Bill 232494, amendments to the KSU SGA bylaws to align governing documents. Authors Brian Blood and Carson S. Cuesta, sponsors the governing document realignment committee. Whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSU SGA, should regularly check its governing documents against current practice. Whereas Bill 232426 empowered the Special Committee on Governing Document Realignment to make changes to KSU SGA governing documents regarding the removal or alteration of anticipated policies, updating section numbering, creating formatting consistencies, and clarifying vagueness and inconsistencies across documents. And whereas these changes enable KSU SGA to strive for excellence in its practices in order to best support students and advance the next generation land-grant university mission of KSU. Being enacted in Section 1, Article 3 of the KSU SGA Constitution shall be amended to read as follows. Looks like striking Section 1 and 2 and renaming Section 3 to Section 1. Striking language in Section C, that the College of Technology and Aviation Student Body President shall be an ex officio member during the duration of the student body's president's term in office and shall represent the interests and concerns of that college, and then updating the labeling of the paragraphs after that to match. Moving on to Section 2, subsection I, removing the College of Technology and Aviation and changing pronouns from his/her to their. Then going to Section F, which says that striking language that says upon selection of the members, the chair will entertain nominations and hold elections for the vice chair, secretary, and communications director. And this is in the new Section 4, legislative advocates. Striking, let's see, in the new Section F, sentence 8, and also striking paragraphs H, I, and J. In section 2, crossing out the sentence which shall occur during the fourth meeting of the Student Senate following the general election in reference to the election of officers of the Student Senate. In section 3, striking subsection C, striking sentence 2 and updating the paragraphs accordingly, and then also striking sentence 4. God. And then in section B, updating the word mentee from the previous word, which is intern. In section D, striking language that it says the vice chair selection is subject to the approval of the committee chair. Interesting. And then, God. The motion to summarize was not looking so bad these days. And then in section F, subsection 2, striking that the Student Allocations Standing Committee Chair appointed by the Speaker of the Student Senate in consultation with the Speaker Pro Tem, striking out the rest of clauses B, part of C, and D. And then going to section F, crossing that out, I believe, on all of the standing committee statutes when it comes to how you appoint the chair. So I want to skip over the standing committees. Okay. Next. And then in section 6, crossing out the Vice President for Student Life and Chief Financial Officer to be replaced by the Vice President for Academic Success and Student Affairs and Vice President for Administration and Finance. Okay, in section 7, crossing out the sentence, the results of the interpretation shall be stored within the KSU SGA statutes. And then, finally, crossing out the word intern and replacing it with mentee. Does anybody have any questions?
Senator Griffith.
Line 67, 68, 69, and 70, how come you removed the Salina campus and student body president?
Let me get there.
All the way back at the first page.
Yeah. What line did you say again?
Lines 67, 68, 69, and 70.
Wrong bill here. Give me 1 second. Do you know why that is, Nick?
Point of information.
Senator Shirkey.
Because they never show up, and so their input doesn't affect the body and the status quo. And so I just asked the president right here.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Any further questions?
Further questions or corrections for the author on Bill 94? Chair Long.
Sorry, Carson. Line 474 references the student allocations will do open house. Open house doesn't exist anymore.
It does for
Sorry,
The funding pool does not
clarify.
exist.
They shall allocate the open house land with student services fee, which does not exist.
Can you make that
Just strike open house.
strike, yeah, any language of open house funding? Yeah. Great catch. Any further questions?
Further questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Senator Griffith? Is there a motion to consider Bill 95?
Consider Bill 95.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Great. Bill 23, 24, 95, amendments to the KSU SGA statutes to align the governing documents. authors Brian Blood and Carson Esquesta, sponsors Governing Document Realignment Committee. Whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSU-SGA, should regularly check its governing documents and against current practice. Whereas Bill 2324-26 empowered the Special Committee on Governing Document Realignment to make changes to KSU-SGA governing documents regarding the removal or alteration of antiquated policies, updating section numbering, creating formatting consistencies, and clarifying vagueness and inconsistencies across documents. And whereas these changes enable KSU-SGA to strive for excellence in its practices in order to best support students and advance the next generation land-grant university mission of KSU. Being enacted, Section 1, Chapter 02, Section 01 of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association KSU-SGA statutes shall be removed, and all sections of Chapter 2 shall be re-enumerated accordingly. Section 2, all instances of the Center for Student Involvement, CSI, within the KSU-SGA statutes shall be replaced with Student Programs and Involvement. Section 3, all instances of the Office of Student Life within the KSU-SGA statutes shall be replaced with the Division of Academic Success and Student Affairs. Section 4, all instances of Phase 1 or Phase 2 interns shall be replaced with Phase 1 or Phase 2 mentees respectfully. Section 5, all instances of Independent Student Organization, ISOs, and Departmental Student Organization, DSOs, shall be replaced by affiliated student organizations and sponsored student organizations respectfully. Section 6, Chapter 26 of the KSU-SGA statutes shall be removed. Section 7, Chapter 28, Sections 280102 and 280103 shall be removed. Section 8, all chapters of the KSU-SGA statutes be re-enumerated sequentially. Section 9, this legislation shall take effect upon passage of the Student Senate and signature of the Student Body President.
Senator Griffith.
On lines 38 and 40, what are the chapters of the statutes that are being removed?
Excellent question. I do not have the answer to that off the top of my head, but
Senator Shirkey.
Point of information, give me 30 seconds and I can tell you what that is.
Please.
While that information is being gathered, are there further questions or corrections for the author on this piece of legislation?
All right, so chapter 26 is Green Action Fund Allocation Guidelines.
Which no longer exists.
And then chapter 28 is Foundation Account and Other SGA Accounts, a bunch of spending regulations. Yeah, there's a bunch of regulations about how to use Foundation Account, Other SGA Accounts, referencing a bill from 1985, 1986. So section, yeah, so it's removing money to be allocated from this 1980s bill, and that references $700,000 that was allocated to a bunch of acronyms that probably no longer exist now.
Further questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, we have Bill 2324-96, amendments to the KSU-SGA Constitution to establish student principles. Senator Saya.
I move to consider Bill 96.
Second, objection.
It has been moved, seconded, and objected to consider Bill 96. We'll go into a hand vote on whether or not to consider. All those in favor of considering Bill 96, please raise your placard now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. That will be considered. Will the author please come forward?
I move to allow the author to summarize.
You may summarize.
Great. So this one's pretty straightforward. We have a student bill of rights that lists things that we don't give to students, like freedom of assembly. I think that's a little silly to waste space in our documents to say that students have freedom of assembly and other such things. So I thought this might be an interesting way to express the importance of certain values as guiding tenets of our organization, because that was something that someone else suggested to me as to why we might keep the existing student bill of rights around. The principles are as follows. 1, free, fair, and complete expression of student voices. 2, student control in whole or in part over student affairs. 3, student security, welfare, and acceptance on campus. 4, timely and transparent student access to information. I think that these are the real goals that we're fighting for, so I think they make more sense.
Questions or corrections for the author? Okay, up next we have Bill 232497, amendments to the KSU SGA statutes regarding reference of legislation. Is there a motion to consider? Senator Shirkey.
Move to consider.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Will the author please come forward? Senator Shirkey.
Move to allow the author to summarize.
Second.
I'm still going to read the whereas clauses. Kate, do you want me to wait for the computer to come back on, or just go ahead?
So the computer has decided to shut down because of threat protection.
Will it be able to be turned back on?
It's just going to restart and then come back. I think Senator Griffith?
I move to recess for 5 minutes to allow for the computer to reboot.
Yeah, is the YouTube live stream done?
The live stream is down, the Zoom is down.
Yeah,
I'll second that.
It means we can't conduct like business, right, because we're supposed to record this stuff, so we should recess.
Can't adjourn till.
No, we just literally are not.
Business.
Because if we adjourn tonight.
Is there a second?
Yes.
To what? A second to what?
To the motion to recess for 5 minutes proposed by Senator Griffith.
Second.
Objection.
It has been moved, seconded, and objected. All those in favor of adjourning for 5 minutes until the computer comes back on, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. We stand adjourned for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you say that. I actually have an amendment to every single
Oh, no, it's a super delay.
Yeah, nowadays you can kind of control what's delicious. Sometimes like which I don't know.
I used to We probably took like 1 hour of lunch. So it's probably like, I guess, yeah. But we know there was a lot.
It's not exactly.
Unfortunately.
My brain's buzzing.
You give it a shot. I'm going to.
And it's gonna They're not gonna make the order count. So it's Joe Rock.
You count me? Okay, good. It's not
Hey, can we not read some shout outs tonight?
No.
I think we don't.
No, we
That was your
email them out. I second that. I have a Vivian, I work at 88 bro. What are you saying?
I'm gonna go take a stroll. I'm gonna take a stroll.
It's almost like you came past away.
All right.
Temporarily.
I call Senate back to order. Give me a second because I'm gonna need to do minutes and this, so like, yeah. Joel, were you, or Vivian, sorry, were you in the middle of reading?
I hadn't started reading, but I will as soon as y'all read.
All right, you can continue.
Order, please.
Bill 232497, amendments to the KSU SGA statutes regarding reference of legislation. Authors Vivian Griffith. Whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association should continue to review its internal practices. Whereas on November 2nd, 2023, Bills 232433 and 232434 were both referred to the Senate Operations Committee by the Speaker of the Student Senate. Whereas Student Senate successfully referred Bills 232433 and 232434 to the Senate Executive Committee. Whereas the Speaker did not withdraw her referment, meaning both committees would independently discuss and vote on the bills. Whereas the Senate Operations Committee referred both bills out favorably, while the Senate Executive Committee held legislation in committee for a week. Whereas this caused the Student Senate great confusion. Whereas the student body president, because of this confusion, requested Student Tribunal to interpret the statutes to determine what happens next. Whereas Student Tribunal's interpretation stated that, quote, current statutes do not define any procedures for what occurs when a bill is simultaneously referred to two committees. Due to a lack of said procedures, the tribunal was unable to come to a decision regarding the questions posed by the requesting party. Whereas the Student Tribunal requested Student Senate deal with other issues relating to the referment process, whereas Student Senate should heed the judgment of the Student Tribunal, and whereas streamlining the process of reference of legislation will significantly help KSU SGA. Being enacted that Section 1, Chapter 2, Section 0207 of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association statutes be amended to read as follows. All legislation after introduction of legislation shall be referred by the Speaker of the Student Senate to a standing committee or special committee. Student Senate may, with a majority vote, move to refer the legislation to a different standing committee or special committee. If this motion is successful, then the legislation will be referred to the new committee only. This motion may only be carried out once per bill or resolution. The legislation will be returned to Student Senate for final action unless held by a majority vote of the committee. Subsection 1. The committee shall report the legislation with a recommendation that it either be passed, not passed, or without recommendation. Subsection 3. The committee's recommendation, including vote total, shall be printed next to the corresponding legislation on Student Senate agendas. Section 2. Chapter 0204 of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association statutes be amended to read as follows, that cuts Section B and turns Section C into Section B. This legislation will take effect upon passage by the Student Senate.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions or corrections for the author? Senator Shirkey.
Line 44, there should be a colon after the word follows. Line 19, discuss, has two S's. I don't have any substantive corrections.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or corrections for the author? All right, seeing none, you can take your seat. We are now moving into Bill 98. Is there a motion to consider? Chair Long.
I move to consider Bill 98.
Second.
Speaker.
Yes.
I move to allow to summarize. Second.
You may summarize.
Great. Bill 232498, fiscal year 2025 allocation of academic competition team funds. Authors Carson S. Cuesta and sponsors the Student Allocations Committee. Whereas the Student Allocations Committee received and reviewed the budget proposals of 28 academic competition teams listed below, it should say, whereas all registered organizations were given ample opportunity and notification of their ability to submit requests, whereas the organizations listed below presented budget proposals to the Student Allocations Committee or submitted video requests, whereas a total of $380,408.16 was requested by organizations, equaling 423% of the total amount to allocate, whereas Kansas State University Student Governing Association, KSU-SGA Statute 200102, subsection A, paragraph 2 enumerates that an academic competition team shall be a registered organization designated by the Student Allocations Committee Chair as having a vested interest in attending competitions at which such teams represent the university and its colleges to further the academic and educational status of the university as a whole. Whereas KSU-SGA Statute 210106, subsection A, paragraph 1, dictates that requests for funding from the student activity fee may be made by academic competition teams fulfilling the request of Statute 210102 through the completion and submission of an annual budget request. Each academic competition team must submit a separate annual budget to be considered for the next funding cycle. The Student Allocations Standing Committee shall review all requests from academic competition teams and determine by majority vote appropriate funding for all teams. Whereas Chapter 47 of the KSU SGA statutes stipulate that $90,000 shall be dispersed to academic competition teams on a yearly basis, whereas all funds must be used per funding guidelines that have been allocated accordingly, and whereas the funds requested by these groups and the funding recommendations are made are as follows. Be it enacted in Section 1 that $90,000 be dispersed to the academic competition teams. $90,000 dispersed to the academic competition teams shall be allocated as specified above. And Section 2, upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the Student Body President, these funds shall be transferred from NISA ACT Reserve to the respective amounts of each academic competition team above or distributed upon signing of the award agreement by members of the academic competition team as requested by the university.
Are there questions or corrections for the author? Chair Long.
Hurts me to say these wrong people, but to my knowledge, the commercial construction team has not utilized any of their money a single year I've been here, including last year we called back a full $1,000. They weren't where they had it. Did they come and present again?
They did come and present.
Did they discuss what they'd actually do?
Follow-up granted.
I can provide you with their budget, but yes, they had a PowerPoint and like a detailed budget request.
Further questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we have exhausted our legislative agenda for this evening. We will now move into second open period. Senator Griffith.
So tomorrow is the gala, or the banquet, or whatever it was called. It ends around 7. You know what starts around 7 on Fridays, also in the Student Union? The Board Game Club. So how about instead of going home to go and cry about the fantastic term we've had, you come to the Board Game Club and play board games and cry about the fantastic term we've had. You're all invited, as you are every week, so please show up.
Are there questions? Thank you. Mentee Glanville.
Sorry, I'm short. I am so sorry. I will make this quick, but I prepared a little speech for you guys that I'm really excited about. So I believe that we all should know who paved the paths that we follow. And so this evening, I am excited to share to you a woman by the name of Martha Sowers. In the early 1900s, many women went to college to receive a bachelor's degree in domestic science. While K-State was a pioneer in this field by discreetly teaching women chemistry and physics that applied to keeping the home, it was very unheard of for women to graduate with a bachelor's degree in science, which they are two different things, domestic science and a bachelor's degree in science. However, Martha Sowers graduated from Kansas State Agricultural College in 1901, one of the first women to do so with a bachelor's degree of science. She then went on to attend graduate school. So why do I tell you about this seemingly random K-State graduate from so long ago? Well, Martha Sowers was my great-great-grandmother. Upon her graduation, she stayed closely connected to K-State. She was a member of the Alumni Association, writing a column with one of her close friends, Maud Rogler. If you haven't heard that name, I will enlighten you as to who that was. Maud Rogler was a member of my home community and helped her husband found the ranch that is now the historic site, Pioneer Bluffs. When I found this out, I was fairly shocked, as I have volunteered at Pioneer Bluffs since I was 9, without knowing this connection to my great-great-grandmother and my home community. As a woman in STEM, coming from a trailblazer in STEM, I believe that everyone should be working to leave their mark. As we are all leaders in this room, I hope that this little piece of K-State history inspires you to go out and be a trailblazer and change maker for the better. Also, on another note, tomorrow night is the amateur drag show here in Wildcat Chambers at 7 p.m. Come support your fellow students as they give you some amazing art. Thank you.
Are there further second open period speakers?
Look over there.
Parliamentarian Pilchard.
It's been a long night. I know. Going to just summarize it and kind of just have a few thoughts on tonight's debate and just like everything. I sit over there in a chair, monitoring a computer screen, reading a book sometimes. But I just want to truthfully, and just, I really mean it, I want to commend all of you tonight for just putting on an amazing show representing your constituents, everybody here, the student body, and the fact that we had a very, very large amount of emerging leaders step up to the plate and speak for the first time. That some people who have not spoken at all this semester. Yeah, go ahead and clap. Go ahead and clap. It really is an honor just seeing that. And I know that we are coming into a record night of a Senate that's about to hit midnight and cross into a whole new month on a leap day of all times. I don't want to need to say it. But keeping it short, obviously, because these things have time. But the main thing that I want to get across to you is, it might sound anticlimactic, but for those who have not yet spoken or had that opportunity to, I encourage you in 1 week's time to have that go. Utilize it, take that chance, every single one of you. If you have not spoken up on this podium yet, this is probably the first time and only time I'm really even coming up here, but please go at it. It's really a great experience, and it just kind of really pushes you to become somebody that really is a role model for this community and for the student body, and just largely this will help you in the long run. You might not know it. You might score a good job or something. Who knows? Thank you for your time. Do appreciate it.
Caucus Leader Kidd.
Sorry. I'll be super brief as we're about to cross into the midnight hour. Really fast. So I was talking to Senator Wolf about the academic regalia. I handle some of those things for the College of Education, so I just wanted to drop some knowledge bombs, for you guys. So with academic regalia, so technically anything that you wear to graduation needs to be approved by the registrar's office. So Senator Wolf and I are meeting next Thursday over the lunch hour just to get down to looking at what type of regalia could be for Senate folks to wear to graduation. If you want to be a part of that meeting, I suggest you come. We'll be meeting somewhere.
I think in your office.
Yes, in my office. So I'm in Bluemont Hall. I'm on the ground floor, or the garden level, as we like to call it, right across from our dean's office. I invite you to come. We don't have a lot of time. I submitted my regalia request for my College of Ed students back in August. I didn't hear back until the beginning of the semester. Granted, the cybersecurity stuff didn't help with that, but it does take some time, and we're running out of it if we want our Spring 24 graduates to be able to celebrate in that way. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Two, my thoughts on debate for tonight. I was going to debate, but then it was called previous question, and then we went right into voting. As I said in committee, I'll reiterate some of that here, but I want to save some of it for next week too. I think with involvement, when you really get down to the nitty-gritty, the research, the founding fathers that really have done a lot to examine what that looks like in the collegiate space, what I'm working on my PhD on right now. Really, when you look at involvement, money being introduced as a factor, it's, from what I found, doesn't seem to contribute that much. And so I'm interested to see where we go from here in the Senate space. I'm interested to see what research we find. I would just encourage I think it's safe to say I would encourage our new generation of Senate leaders coming into this space to really, truly keep that in mind. I was texting Senator Heatherman, which we're both still rocking and rolling. We would go further into the night debating over $2,000 for like a UPC budget. And then here we are tonight passing a big sum of money to compensate people in this body. So I think that really speaks to the breadth of how our Senate body has changed and those that have actually lived to see it through. I hate to use the title that I've never used, or I've only used really once in debate, but being the longest serving student senator, I think just gives me some street cred, right? And granted, I mean, it's been multiple degrees, not just one. That'd be, I think, a little shameful. But I think being able to see Senate in breadth, I've learned a lot of things. I think one of the things I've learned most is just the importance of listening. And then the work that I do, I'm supposed to talk a lot. And so it's nice to come to a space where I like to listen. At one point, due to this legislation that was passed, I thought about, well, maybe it's time for me to call it a day, disengage myself from the Senate body. But I also think back to the value that each of us bring individually. I think as a lot of us notice, I like to ask questions. Sometimes I like to shut up and not ask any questions and then wait for someone else to ask those questions, but then they don't get asked. And so I think there's still value with me being here every single week. So I will continue to come, even if I don't have a use for the parking pass, but that's okay. I value all of you. I value the future people that we'll bring into this space. I just really hope that with this legislation being passed tonight, that we don't have what we call our t-shirt members, those that are only coming for the wrong reasons. I'm hoping that this does not cloudy those waters, because I think for those of us that are here tonight, this late at night, that would want to be here, I'm not sure for those other folks that would be coming for those more surface reasons would still be here as late as we are now. So with that, happy Friday the 1st. I will still be up for a few more hours working on some admin things, so this should be fun, but love you all and go Cats.
Are there further second open period speakers tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to Senate shoutouts.
All right, we have another record breaking. We got 68 responses. I think I'm gonna leave it open. Someone put one more, please. But just one person. That's gonna mess it up.
Who's doing it?
And then
If it doesn't say nice, I will be disappointed. All right, Vivian's
All right, we're done. Okay. Thank you. Shout out to the potential length of this meeting. Over 3+ hours. Whoever that was very right. Shout out to Miss Lizzie Chaps, so slay. She be eating them up. Shout out to Interbranch Collaboration. Shout out to Caleb for having a sense of humor. Huge shout out to Brandon Kermer for updating his Bestie Boo caucus mate on the goings of Senate. Shout out to It's Just Tit for Tat, they say. Shout out to starting to feel good about taking the over at 8:50 p.m. Shout out to the usage of extra credits copy-paste. Shout out to Mousetraps. Real question, what happened to the dance number we were promised prior to the winter break? Shout out to Amy, the greatest accountant ever. Shout out to financial advisors, financial advising. Shout out to countrymen and statemen. Shout out to being lucky to the student body president, but not lucky to be student body vice president. Shout out to blank checks. Shout out to Senator Shirkey. He should be on the radio. Great voice, Senator Shirkey. Shout out to Senator Shirkey and his debate. He should consider a carrier as an auctioneer because he can talk both very fast and quite clearly. Shout out to Mr. Shirkey goes to Washington. Shout out to emerging leader Brueggen. Shout out to Brayton, first round of debate. Shout out to Amy Lee. She does not play. She came to clap back. Shout out to Sam pacing around in the hotel room. Shout out to amendments not making sense. Shout out to we hit the over. Shout out to Nick's shower arguments. Shout out to Senator Saya, if you know what I mean.
Shout out to Nick and his shower debate. Shout out to a 4-hour Senate filled with questions about why people don't like Senate. Shout out to Brady Kappelman. He is so HAWT. Shout out to Brady. He's a good-looking man. Shout out to Derek Jackson. What a goat. Knock knock. Who's there? Hopefully Brady Kappelman. Oh, Jacob Long's legs. Take a seat, you old dinosaur. Yeah. Shout out to Senator Wolf for killing it tonight, like always. In all caps, we hit the over +1. Let's go for over +2. Shout out to Anna for watching Senate while laying in a hotel bed. Shout out to Senator Kidd. It should be illegal to keep people this old here at this hour. Can I get a show of hands of everyone whose laptop batteries almost or completely dead? Yeah. Shout out to the 6 people watching on YouTube.
One of them was my mom.
Shout out to Carson's giggling on his own commentary. Shout out to Carson's monotone governing docs readings. He's got to put everyone to sleep. Shout out to everyone who has had an argument about SGAs via text or email. Shout out to 1,050 lines of bill. I, Pro Tem Kappelman, need a glass of water. Please, will someone get me one? Shout out to Carson, way to be a Pookie Slay Queen. Shout out to Hot Dog, Diggity Dog. Shout out to Carson for his governing docs ASMR tonight. Shout out to Kate for running the show tonight. Slay the Boots house down. Over 1.5, I'm going home. A rich woman. Rich and bragging rights. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. Shout out to Carson for continuing to giggle at the mic. Shout out to Vivian for some solid legislation. Shout out to Papa John's. Shout out to Midnight Senate. Read the shout outs. I am, so. Shout out to the SGA of the Rings, Return of the Kate. Shout out to the fact that it is now March. Shout out to Midnight Senate. Shout out to you, Ethan, for an excellent job as parliamentarian. Shout out to +2. Happy New Year with tons of exclamations. And the 69th one, nice.
Okay, now that we have done the shoutouts, we have reference of legislation. Resolution 68 will go to SSF, 69 will go to Tech, 70 and Resolution 70 and Bill 89 will go to Senate Exec. Resolution 71 will go to Oversight. Bills 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, and 97 will go to Ops, and Bill 98 will go to SAC. We will now go on to a second roll call.
All right. Bellamy.
The fastest second roll call of all time.
This will be fast. Bellamy. Biggs. Broughton.
Here.
Bruckner. Compton.
Here.
Cuesta.
Here.
Cup.
Here.
Dennis.
Here.
Fogel.
Still here.
Glasscock.
Here.
Griffith.
Despite everything, I'm still here.
Haynes.
Here.
Heatherman.
Here.
Hesseltine.
Here.
Hundley. Jacobson.
Here.
Kirchen.
You know it.
Kidd.
Here.
Kermer. Okay. It's probably like 5 in the morning there. So
It's 7 in the morning.
7. There you go. Kinsey. Lee.
Here.
Lilly.
Here.
Long.
Here.
Lynn. Mason.
Here.
Moore. O'Malley.
Yep.
Oury. Pelton. Saya Nick.
Here.
Shirky.
Still here.
Streetman. Strunk.
Here.
Sushanik.
Here.
West. Winger. Wolf.
Here.
And Zacko.
Here.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey Brady, I'm here too. In a Coke.
I move to adjourn until same place time next week.
Second.
See you, everybody.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
I am are you sure?
Anyone want some cold-ish beef and mushroom pizza? There's 2 slices. It's less than 2 hours, so it's like not food poisoning yet. Well, I did
Marcus, that was a hell of a
people, so
I like that you were not only able to use your Open Sphere, but also your You should be on that.
Thank you for
Yeah.
I'm gonna go fall. I'm gonna go fall asleep because I'm.
That's fair.
And you still need to like pack out.
I haven't.
Next week, yes.
I will say that I guess close on shoutouts because I guess 65.
That is true. Well, no, I guess.
You get 70.
Question for you. What do you got for graduation?
No, 80. Yeah, you're right. I did get 80.
Yeah.
So I'm applying to job.
Yeah, darn, I thought I got 60, but now I get 50.
Yeah, and so. What just happened? Shocked city. I have no idea. So we'll see. Yeah. And
It was under $500 too, so you never found out about
Oh no. What kind of House of Cards stuff is this? The vice president just killed the whole
Is this single?
I'm a hopeless lifelong.
No, I would love to turn.
I'll see you next week.
So I'm gonna go, begrudgingly get out of this and then go to bed because I'm dead. And then Tuesday's gonna be even worse because we have 9 bills or something.
It's gonna be really long.
Well, hopefully there shouldn't be any, no one should be silly enough to put something in introduction.
Yeah, because it would have to be special ordered.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, are you gonna be at the banquet tomorrow?
Obviously,
Good.
I specifically, because of when it is, I specifically registered another room for the board game club as an executive meeting, which is just for me to put the club's collection in, so that way I can come to the gala.
I'm excited for it. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah. Yeah.